Hello everyone, welcome back to another live stream. My name is David Rams and I make videos about trying to make the world a better place for animals. Today we're going to be reacting to some videos by Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk, if you're not sure who he is a massively popular conservative political commentator with around 2.3 million, I think, subscribers, 2.3 million subscribers. Huge deal across YouTube and across social media, and he's become quite an influential person in the conservative space. He recently has two debates with vegans, one of which got very, very strange and some crazy stuff was said. The other one, similarly crazy, but not quite at the level as the first one that we're going to take a look at. You should definitely stick around for both because I think they give a real overall picture of Charlie Kirk's views on vegans and veganism and animal rights. And honestly, it's not great. It's really not great. We're going to get into why, and we're going to ask the question, is Charlie Kirk right? Does he have any points about any of this? We're going to answer all those questions by the end of the stream. And also, not only are we doing that today, guys, we've got some other stuff to check out in today's stream. We're also going to be taking a look at a recent debate in the UK where they're debating whether or not it's okay to call vegan milk milk. So that's being debated right now in the UK, and we're going to take a look at a debate that happened on a TV show over in the UK. We're going to be having a look at a situation with Joe Rogan and Elon Musk, something we haven't covered on the channel yet, where they were talking about how it's totally fine to eat meat and eat as much meat as you want because it's not having any impact on anything and it's all good and well. So we're going to take a look at that, and we're going to take a look at a video made about that by Earthling Ed. We're going to see what we think about all of that situation. I think we already know what we think about it, but we're going to have a look at it live together. We're going to take a look at a couple of other things as well. That's not where it ends. We've got more stuff. We've got some interesting food-related stuff and also some vegan drama. We're going to take a look at a video, if we get round to it. We're going to take a look at a video by John ARA, the channel John ARA, by John, where he got the police called on him for some activism he was doing for going out and trying to talk to the public. They called the police on him. We're going to have a look why. We're going to ask, hey, were they in the right to call the police on him, or is this something a bit weird? That's what we're going to get up to today. Now, let me show you, back to the Charlie Kirk, the two videos that we're going to be taking a look at today by Charlie Kirk, where he's arguing with vegans. So we have this one here, which is the first one we will have a look at. A college kid gives the craziest, we're going to say a caution. That's what we're going to go for, a caution, because YouTube is famously a bit weird about that topic. So to avoid it, I'm just going to say a caution argument I've ever heard. So that's what we're going to take a look at. The first one, and spoiler alert, it is a vegan that makes the craziest argument Charlie Kirk has ever heard. That has 773,000 views, was posted 2 months ago, and mostly been, as you can see, mostly been positive from Charlie's audience. It seems like they're quite happy with how that one went. The second one we're going to take a look at is Vegan Leaves Charlie Kirk Hungry for a Burger. This one was just 8 days ago, 173,000 views. And again, it seems like it's been pretty well received by Charlie's audience. So looking at the likes and looking at the comments, seems like people like these videos. They like what Charlie's been saying, but is there any sense to it at all? Is he actually making anything worthwhile? Is he making any points that are worthy of this amount of positivity? Does he make any sense at all? That's what I want to find out today. Because as a vegan, obviously, I'm biased, but I'm open-minded. I mean, if he makes some good points, if he makes something, you know, sometimes people can make reasonable points when arguing with a vegan. It's rare, but it does happen, let's be honest. And if I see any, I'm going to call them out and say, hey, that's a more intelligent point than most when it comes to these debates. Or is it going to go the other way where he simply says a load of things that are completely untrue, not based in reality, and just try to defend himself and defend the people that love his content because he wants them to make them feel good about eating whatever they want to eat. Because let's be honest, the vast majority of people in the world are not vegan. And if you go out and agree with a vegan, then maybe they won't like you and your videos, which is something I'm sure Charlie thinks about when he makes videos, considering that the majority of his audience is a conservative audience and they're not usually too friendly to veganism, although they can be very friendly to the plight of animals, actually. I've seen that a lot of conservatives have some level of care and compassion for animals, But when it comes to the word veganism, the idea of eating animal-free diets, you'll find a lot of people turn their nose up at that specifically, even though they might have a lot of compassion for animals in other ways. It's a complicated world that we're living in, guys, isn't it just? So that's the plan for today. Let's have a look, see who's in the chat already. I see Marcus already sent through a super chat of 20 euros. Marcus, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Before we even kick off, love that. Thank you for the support. And guys, remember, if you have something to say, if you have something you want me to look at or respond to, we might have time today to go and have a look at some stuff. So send me that. You can use Super Chat, but I'd rather you use the Streamlabs link that I've put in the pinned comment, because that takes less of a cut and more of your donation comes to me. So I would recommend that if that's okay. But if you could only do Super Chat, do Super Chat. It's all good, guys. Thank you so much for your support. So we've got Marcus, obviously, who's already announced himself with a donation, which is amazing. Robin Hoodster, how's it going? Mazzy, Mark Walters, Ben, who said that? It's a funny name. Dillian, what's up? Efrendo, how's it going? How's it going, Bob? JP Julia, what's up? Hello, everybody. I'm Caroline. How's it going, Caroline? How's everyone doing? And Charlie, how's everybody doing? I hope you're all having a good one and you're excited to get into a nice little Sunday stream with me today. So I'm excited to get into it with you. I think let's just jump right in. For those who are watching on the replay, they don't have to wait, right? It's not fair to make people wait on the replay, I don't think. We've only been going for 6.5 minutes. So let's jump right in, so the people who are watching after the fact only have to go to minute 6.3, and then they can get the thing they came here for. All right, let's have a look then. College kid gives the craziest caution argument I've ever heard, by Charlie Kirk.
Hello, Charlie.
Hello.
My name's Adam. So I want to ask you, what do you think about veganism? Vegetarianism.
I am not a fan of veganism, but you have a right to be vegan, obviously.
So,
well, that's automatically 11 seconds in, and that's a pretty good start, if I'm honest with you. He's not a fan, but you have the right to be vegan. You have the right to do what you want. I mean, that's honestly, that's more productive than a lot of answers that you get to that question. Some people would just simply say, oh, I hate vegans. It's like, well, I'm not a big fan, but hey, look, you do you. You've got the right to do that. It's better. It's a better start than most. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to stay that positive as we move forward.
Let me clarify. Yeah. You on abortion, you support pretty much banning abortion in most situations.
Yes, but humans are not rabbits.
Yes, so
and humans are not deer, and humans are not cows.
Okay, so I want to ask you, do you think it's a little bit hypocritical that you oppose abortion, but you also oppose veganism? Most animals, most adult, like cows, pigs, chickens, they're more intelligent than fetuses and little children, small infants.
So let me pause there. I see where the vegan is coming from, in that he's trying to make the case that if you care about unborn children and you're against abortion, then surely you would also care about animals because because they're intelligent. The mistake I think he's making here is he's making the argument that intelligence is something that you should take so seriously that you should base it on intelligence whether or not you kill someone. And that, I know he's not meant to do that, but that's kind of how it comes off. So, for example, if an animal isn't intelligent, that means it's okay to kill them. If they're not as intelligent as a baby, that's not a good place to be moving from. The reason not to kill animals is not because they're intelligent or not, or a lack of, or a presence of intelligence. It's because they can think, they can feel, they have what's called sentience, which is basically an awareness, a consciousness, the ability to feel pain, the ability to suffer. They value friendship, they value their lives, they value the lives of their own children, they protect their own children. They have all the things that we put together and that we value in our society. These are the things that we as a society have decided are important, and it's why we will defend those who have it. It's why most countries have laws against animal cruelty, for example, because we acknowledge that, hey, animals feel pain, hey, animals want to live and don't want to be tortured, and they feel pain like we do, so we put laws in to stop them being tortured. That's the reason to not hurt them, not that if they're intelligent or not. But let's see how Charlie responds to that.
I can't believe I have to answer this. Can I answer?
Yeah. So how come you're saying that?
Can I answer?
Okay. Yes.
Let him answer.
Okay. If you leave a cow for 5 years, will the cow ever be able to talk?
No.
If you leave a fetus for 5 years, will the fetus be able to talk?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So
Maybe.
then which one has reason and a soul and can make sense of the natural world, aka an elevated being worthy of protection?
But that's
So hold up. His point here is that so if you leave a cow forever, they will never be able to speak languages like humans can. But if you leave a baby, they will, and therefore that means a human has a soul, and that means that they are elevated. What spiritually, I suppose he's getting at, and they deserve protection. What, because they could speak? What about if they couldn't speak? What about if the baby was mute? Are we then saying they don't get protection then, and they're not divine? They don't have the elevation above an animal. It's a strange thing to focus so much on the ability to speak. What we should be looking at instead is the ability to feel pain and the ability to suffer. We should be looking at consciousness, whether there's a presence of consciousness, or as we said earlier, presence of sentience, which is basically what I'm saying when I say consciousness, the ability to feel pain, the ability to make some sorts of decisions based on that pain. Like they move away from pain, they'll move towards pleasure, they value their families and value those around them, friendships, they have personalities. These are more important things than whether they can speak English or not, or speak any human language or not, surely.
Cow or a human being?
That's not a good argument. That's like saying mute humans that are born that are without the ability to speak can't have rights.
It's not just about speaking, it's about reason, it's about having a soul, it's about being not an animal.
It's about reason, it's about having a soul, it's about being not an animal. So again, we could say the same thing about reason. So if a human can't reason, then that means that we shouldn't defend them. And the soul argument, whether or not they have a soul, if the argument is that we have souls and we are elevated beings and we have all these morals and that's why we're special and deserve to be defended, if that is actually true and these souls that we have are really special and give us some kind of elevation over all the other animals, then surely we would be using our superior morals and our souls to decide that, hey, look, these animals, this cow, this chicken, this dog, they don't have souls and they don't have reason like us. However, they can feel pain just like me. They value their lives like I value my life, and they'll protect their family, and they'll even protect me as part of their family. And all those things together mean that even though they don't have a soul, even though they're not elevated like me, and they can't do the morals like I can, and they can't reason like I can, I am still not going to hurt them just because they can feel the pain like me, and because I respect them even though they don't have a soul, even though they're not quite at my level of the understanding of the world. If anything, them not having a soul and them not having the same understanding of the world as we do is a reason to defend them. Because actually they are much worse off than we are in society because they don't understand what's going on. They don't understand how we work. They don't understand how to use a weapon or to use a gun or how to start a fire, all the things we do. So they're significantly weaker than we are in many, many ways. There's a huge power imbalance here. And so we can use our power to continue hurting them, using them, doing whatever the hell we want to them because they can't stop us. Or we can use our power and strength to say, hey, do you know what? No, I'm going to figure out a way to live without doing all those things to you. I'm going to live an animal-free lifestyle. I'm going to eat an animal-free diet, and I'm going to stop people from kicking you and stabbing you and doing anything nasty to you because you can't stop them, because you can do nothing about it. And I'm going to be the one that does something about it. I think that's a much better way of living life. What do you think?
What is a human being to you?
A human being is someone who has personality, and someone who can speak. And if you mean like biologically, like someone of
just give me a definition of, you have a dog and a human being. How do you know which is which?
A human being can walk and talk and
well,
yeah.
A dog can walk.
Yeah, but I can't walk and talk. Sure.
Here's the difference: a human being can tell you the difference between right and wrong. An animal can only tell you the difference between pleasure and pain.
Which is, again, another reason to defend animals, because you know the difference between right and wrong, and an animal only knows pleasure and pain, and they know pain. This is a great acknowledgement that Charlie knows that animals feel pain. So you, Charlie Kirk, knowing the difference between right and wrong, morals, why are you not deciding it is wrong to hurt animals because they feel pain? That's what I'd like to know.
Yeah, but animals still suffer like human fetuses do.
But again, the moral worth of a human being is objectively different because we are able to make moral contentions, not just contentions based on how we feel.
And that's absolutely fine, though. You can hold humans to a high standard because of what Charlie just said, that we can go beyond emotion. But that doesn't mean you have to put animals down low enough, so low that they don't even deserve the basic respect of not stabbing them for a burger. There's no need to degrade them to that level just because you have elevated yourself to a higher level. And so surely if you are elevated to such a high level, you would use that elevation to see the world in a different light and say, I'm going to be merciful to the animals that are on this earth. I'm going to be good to all these animals. I'm not going to do these horrible things to them because I'm elevated, because I know the difference between right and wrong.
Animals can only feel. They cannot reason.
Yeah, but
and therefore, we should be treated different morally. Now, from a typical Western religious view, we have souls as human beings, and animals do not. And as a soul, I mean not just in the religious sense, but I also mean that there is a part of you that is not just your five senses, right?
Okay, sure. Well,
so for example, if you think you're only your five senses, which one of your five senses is telling you that?
Well, I don't know what you mean by five senses. You mean my brain?
Well, your five senses: sight,
Sight?
smell, taste, feel, hear. Five senses. So an animal only has five senses. It does not have an ability to withdraw itself from its fifth sense, right?
Yeah, but how do you believe that
So the point he's making here again is just basically that humans are elevated and that we have a sense of, I don't know what he's getting at really. I suppose the soul he's talking about. Beyond the five senses, there's a soul, there's some kind of existence. I guess he's kind of referring to consciousness. And again, I'm just repeating myself because it's all there is to be said here. If you believe that, that's fine. If you believe humans are morally superior and deserve different moral consideration, like higher and elevated over all the other animals, I don't even see a problem with that. That's absolutely fine. The problem is when you consider that elevation to be the thing that gives you permission to do horrible things to other animals. And I'm sure Charlie Kirk doesn't need reminding of how many times throughout history certain groups of humans have used the same logic to do horrible things to other groups of humans. I don't need to explain the examples, do I? There's examples from all corners of the earth where one group of humans says, we are elevated, we are more important than those ones because they don't speak our language or they have a different skin color to us or they're more primitive than we are or they don't have our technology and therefore we own them and they have no meaning. We can do whatever we want to them. This has been used time and time again. I'm not saying that Charlie believes that. That's probably not what he believes. In fact, I know he doesn't believe that. I know he believes in equality for humans. I've seen enough of his videos to know that he's quite passionate about that. The problem is, though, is that's what he's doing to animals. He's making those deductions. He's saying these things about animals that they're lower, so I can do what I want to them because I'm higher, because of being beyond the five senses, or because of having a soul in a religious or non-religious sense, when he should be protecting them because he has a soul. He should be protecting them because he's beyond his five senses. And life is more important than the taste of a burger or a slice of cheese or a glass of milk. The lives of those animals are more important than that. And any elevated human with a supposed soul and the ability to see right and wrong would be able to see that very clearly. Doing those things to animals for taste or convenience is wrong.
It's okay to kill an animal when it's not okay to kill a child. You defend a child more. Some children die. Some children never make it out of the womb.
Well, because human beings are human. A is A, and human beings are worthy of protection, and animals are not humans, and they're not the moral equivalency, correct?
No, but I don't believe that. I'm not trying to argue that a human is worth more than an animal. I'm saying that even if a human is worth more than an animal, you should give animals respect.
I do give animals respect. We should treat them humanely. If you are to eat them, you should kill them in a way that does not have unjust suffering.
So this bit's quite interesting. He says two things. We should treat them humanely and we should not treat them in a way that causes them unjust suffering. So first of all, the word humane means with compassion and benevolence or benevolence. How can it ever be humane to kill an animal for a burger? How could you ever kill an animal for a burger with compassion and benevolence? It's impossible to do that by definition because the reason you're killing them is for your own pleasure. You can't compassionately hurt someone for your pleasure. It's not possible. Now, if it were for survival, maybe the word humane would come into play, because you're not doing it because you enjoy it. You're doing it because you literally have to. So could there be a compassionate way of doing that? Probably more compassionate and less compassionate ways, for sure. But when you're doing it just because it's your pleasure for your own entertainment, then it can't be humane by definition. Even though I'm happy that Charlie believes that we need to be humane to animals, it would be much worse if he sat there and said, I don't care what happens to animals. So this is a good thing. The second thing about unjust suffering, he's talking about don't put animals through unjust suffering. That is, by definition, again, when you are killing, violating, mutilating, doing all these horrible things to animals, forcing them to captivity, forcing them to have babies, taking their babies away from them, all the things that they do to animals. You're doing all of that, again, for nothing but pleasure and convenience. All of it is unjust suffering. All of it is. None of it is justified when you're doing this simply because you want a beef burger, or a cheeseburger, or a pizza, or whatever it is you're eating, some leather or something, some fur coat or something like that for fashion, or bullfighting, going to see the bullfighting because you like to see a bull get tortured by the people, or running with the bulls because, again, you like to see a bull get taunted, tortured, and then killed for entertainment. These are all hurting animals for pleasure, for entertainment, for taste, convenience, for taste and convenience. So if you're doing any of those things, it's all unjust suffering, and none of it could ever be considered humane.
What about milk? But animals are raped all the time. Cows are raped to produce milk. Yeah,
The guy in the back there, you see him, he goes, what? He's never heard that before, and neither has Charlie. Neither of them have any idea what goes on in the dairy industry. And this guy now, the vegan, is about to explain why he just said that, because it does sound outrageous. I'll be totally real with you. It sounds crazy to say that. And honestly, let's be real, that's probably not the best way to explain this in a situation where pretty much everybody there has never heard of this before. They're probably going to be likely to dismiss you immediately just for dropping the R-bomb in there. So fair play to people for being shocked. I'd be shocked too if I was them. But now the vegan is going to explain what he's getting at with this. And it is absolutely horrific. And it is what he says it is.
To produce milk, a cow has to be impregnated. And it's not like these farmers are waiting for the animal to get pregnant naturally. They have to be forcibly inseminated, which is a form of rape.
I actually think it's a great thing that we have dairy.
Okay, but I don't think that that drinking milk in and of itself is bad. But saying that animals can be raped is okay. That's beyond me.
You think that cows are being raped? I got to be honest.
Yes.
I've been doing this for 12 years. I've never heard that before.
Yes, but they are raped.
Yeah, and it's all good fun and games because he thinks that the vegan is crazy. He thinks this guy doesn't know what he's talking about and he's insane. So he makes fun of him and everyone has a good laugh about it because, hey, he can't possibly be telling the truth. Surely not. He is telling the truth. He might have used the R-bomb here. Maybe you don't agree that what he described is that, or what I'm about to describe is that. But the reality is that even if you remove the R-bomb, it is absolutely horrific what dairy farmers do to cows. So what he briefly explained there is that they don't wait around for cows to just mate with each other because it's not reliable and it doesn't allow them to have a business model that produces the most milk. They need to make money. The bottom line of any dairy farm, any animal farmer, they need to make money. These are not charities. These are not sanctuaries. So how do they do that? How do they ensure that the animals keep on breeding so they can keep on getting more babies from them to either kill them for meat or grow them older so they can use them also to get their milk? This process in the dairy industry needs to keep on going because the cows need to have babies so they can keep making milk. If they don't have a baby, they make significantly less milk and it runs out very, very quickly. So they need to constantly keep them pregnant so they keep making milk. How do they do that? So they'll take the animal, in this case the cow, they'll force her into this kind of trap so her head is stuck so she can't move her head out of the trap. And then the farmer will go down behind her, he'll put his hand inside her, with one hand, and with the other hand, he'll inject her with semen. And they do this so that they can keep on getting her pregnant, so they can keep on having enough milk that they can sell. They'll keep on doing this process for about 2 to 4 years until eventually she won't be making enough milk to be profitable as a dairy cow. That's when the farmer will sell her off to a slaughterhouse where they'll brutally kill her and sell her body for meat. That's the dairy industry. They do the similar thing in the pork industry with pigs. They artificially inseminate the pigs so they'll keep having babies so they can keep on getting more and more pigs so they can keep on killing them and selling them for meat. That's how that process works. And actually, surprisingly, they do a very similar thing in the honey industry. They inseminate the queen bee, artificially inseminate the queen bee. They also remove the queen bee's wings so she can't fly away. And then again, when the season's over, when the honey season's over, or when it gets to winter, when the bees go to, I think they go to hibernate, or at least they stay inside, it's cheaper to just kill them all versus keeping them alive over the winter. So a lot of bee farmers, a lot of honey farmers will go out with a blowtorch and they'll just burn them all alive. So these industries, even down to the honey industry, absolutely wild what they do to animals. And in this case, the guy's talking about the dairy industry and about how cows get, we'll say, graped. And whether you want to describe that as that or not is totally up to you. Even if you just describe what happens to cows, it's horrible enough to hear that versus calling it that. So it doesn't really matter. If semantics is your problem, then don't do that word. But semantics or no semantics, you can't disagree that that's a horrible, horrible process that those cows go through. I didn't even mention, by the way, that within hours of having the baby, the calf's taken away from her, the mother cow. And this happens, again, over 2 to 4 years, multiple times, because the calves can't be allowed to take milk whenever they want from their mother because the farmer needs to sell the milk. Instead, they'll feed the calf a powdered milk solution so that they can do that cheaply and keep the calves growing cheaply while they take the premium stuff, the milk from the mother. They'll keep taking that to sell that to people so they can keep making money. And that's what Charlie's laughing at here. That whole process, unfortunately, Charlie probably doesn't even know it exists. He's laughing about that because he doesn't know. And honestly, just on a personal note here, Charlie Kirk, he goes out there. I've got respect for the guy for going out and debating people pretty much what seems like every single day. It takes a lot of guts to go out there and sit there and debate people that you know disagree with you. And you never know who's going to come. You never know who's going to come over. Anything could happen. Anyone could say anything. Yet he sits there and he answers their questions mostly respectfully. And, you know, it's something. There's something to be said for that. There's big respect there. But there's a lot more respect to be had when to admit that you don't know what you're talking about on certain topics. On this topic, as you can see clearly here with Charlie laughing at what this vegan is saying without even understanding it, he loses respect here by not simply saying, I've not actually heard of that before. Maybe you can enlighten me and we can have a serious conversation about this, as opposed to mocking the guy for cheap laughs from his fanboys who are there so that he can get a nice YouTube video that blows up and goes viral, which kind of appears to be what he decided to do here, which is disappointing for somebody who is supposedly going out there to have conversations, engaging with the public, because he wants to bring America together. He wants to kind of join the sides and bring more unity to the country. These are the things he says all the time, yet here he is using this vegan as an opportunity to entertain his fanboys, which is really disappointing.
Because they're not referred to as being raped. They're said to be forcibly inseminated. How come that's okay, but raping a small child is not?
I would not.
Yeah. Welcome to Bull. I don't support raping anyone.
I gotta say, this was the moment for me that although Charlie, I think Charlie's been horrible here and mocking and being generally a bit nasty or dismissive and rude, the vegan here doesn't seem to have much of an understanding of kind of social contracts, I suppose, or what to and what not to say in a social setting where most people, A, don't understand what you're talking about really. It's their first time hearing it, and B, most likely are adversarial to you just by the fact that you're a vegan who stands up for animals. I think you've got a few options, really. I mean, you can go in and say things like that, which I honestly would never recommend to do in a scenario like this. Or you can go in and try to be really calm and really based in reality. And instead of going for kind of sound bites or things that might sound powerful or things that might shock people, go to methodically dress down. What is the word I'm looking for? Methodically take apart the argument of the person you're talking to and show how they're wrong and why they're wrong, and then leave the scenario with people scratching their heads and thinking, damn, was that guy right? But with this interaction, I don't know if many people are going to be leaving thinking, oh, the vegan had a good point there. They're probably more going to be just reveling in the mockery and enjoying everyone laughing at him for saying what they think are really outrageous things.
I don't support raping human beings. I wouldn't call extracting milk from a cow the same as what happens if a woman is raped by some savage.
I'm not talking about extracting milk. I'm talking about when you inseminate a cow to get it pregnant so it can produce milk. Yes.
Yeah, not that worried about that.
So earlier on, and this is the point now where you see Charlie being exposed for a couple of things here. Earlier on, he said, we need to treat animals humanely and without unjust suffering. Now the vegan explains to him the horrors that happen in the dairy industry and what happens to a cow's reproductive system, what farmers do to them, which is absolutely horrific. By anyone's standards, that's horrific. And Charlie says, I'm not worried about that. So which one is it, mate? Let's be honest here. Which one is it? Is it that you want animals to be treated humanely and you don't want them to suffer unjustly? Or is it that you don't care if they're treated well and you don't care if they're made to suffer unjustly? Because there's no denying that putting a cow's head into a trap and shoving your arms inside her and injecting her with semen, you think that's humane? Or you think that's not unjust suffering? You see nothing wrong with that? I mean, I don't know. I think what's probably happened here is Charlie started the conversation wanting to appear to be reasonable and maybe trying to keep things calm. The vegan escalated things by saying things like grape and comparing it to the thing that he said with children. And I think Charlie, instead of continuing to be reasonable, now he's just looking for little gotchas and trying to score some points on the vegan. And this is now where we get to the I don't care segment, I guess, is what's going to happen now. I guess he's trying to trigger the vegan more and more so he can get more hits on this YouTube video. I think at this point, he knows now that this is going to be a big video because the vegan said the stuff that he said. And again, that's a real shame because as someone in his position, Charlie's position, with a lot of influence, who supposedly believes in discourse and supposedly believes in finding unity and looking for common ground and having reasonable debates, he could have handled this more professionally and he could have taken the vegan a little more seriously. But it seems like now he's just going to try and use him for entertainment, which is why he just said this.
Why not? Do you not think their suffering is worth anything?
I think their suffering's fine. Again, they're not human beings, and whatever allows the human being to flourish is what we should be concerned about. And I think it's a good thing that human beings are able to have meat, beef, and dairy.
So whatever helps humans to flourish is all we should be concerned about. Again, earlier on he said, I care about animals. We should treat them humanely without unjust suffering. Now he's saying that doesn't matter as long as humans flourish. So meat, dairy, eggs, as long as it helps humans flourish, I don't care what happens to animals. These are two completely contrasting ideas. I don't know which one of them he more stands behind. At this point, it seems like he's really firm on this second point, that he believes that we can do anything we want to animals as long as humans flourish. I disagree with that. I think most people disagree with that. I think most people would not say that, for example, if torturing a bull to death helped humans flourish. Let's imagine in some faraway land somewhere, they've got some tradition where they torture bulls to death and they do it every year. And it helps the community because the community comes together and they have a celebration and they torture this bull to death and it's all good. They do that, maybe so they do it once or twice a year. I think most people these days, most reasonable people would say, no, I don't care if it helps humans flourish. That's torturing an animal to death for nothing, for tradition, for a culture. I don't think that's right. Bullfighting is basically that. Running with the bulls in Spain and Pamplona is basically that. They torture a bull to death. Hundreds of thousands of people turn up to do it. Most people would agree with me that that's horrible. That's wrong. That is immoral. That is a horrible thing to do to an animal for pleasure, even if it contributes to human flourishing. So I don't think Charlie Kirk, I don't think even most conservatives, I don't think are going to agree with Charlie Kirk on that one. That whatever, anything goes. If it helps humans flourish, just do it. As long as it doesn't harm a human, just whatever else goes. I don't know. I don't agree with it for sure. What about you? I especially would like to know from the people who are viewing right now, who are new to these ideas and new to talking about animals and in this way. What do you think? Do you think it's okay? As long as humans flourish, is it perfectly okay to do absolutely anything we want to other animals? Anything at all, as long as humans flourish? Let me know in the comments.
So
Okay, but
I
the reason
appreciate
we built
your
America
I
and
appreciate
not
your
cows.
exactly. Yeah, how many did the cows build the railroads? Like, I mean,
no, but you still have to.
Did Charlie Kirk build the railroads? Why would you take accolades from people that you never had anything to do with? The people who built the railroads built the railroads. Okay, what does that have to do with you deciding to abuse an animal? The answer is it has nothing to do with that whatsoever. So yeah, this is kind of similar to the thing where people talk about, well, can an animal paint a painting? Can an animal drive a car? Can an animal own a gun? You know, they can't do any of these things. They have none of these skills, none of these talents. It's like, yeah, but can you see the same way an eagle sees? Can you fly as far as some of these migrating birds can all over the world? Can you survive for however many months a bear survives in hibernation without any food or water? Can you do any of those things? Can you run as fast as a cheetah? Can you move? Can you knock down trees in a dense forest like an elephant can? I'm not talking about with technology. I'm talking about just going out there. No, the answer's no. But if you look at everything through the eyes of humans and you say, well, the only thing that's important is the stuff humans can do. The other animals are not important in that way. You're just fooling yourself, because other animals have skills and talents and things that we could never dream of doing. But yet that doesn't give them the right to come and kill us. It doesn't give us the right to go and kill them. It doesn't give us the right to abuse them. It doesn't give them the right to abuse us, because that's not how things should work. That's me being stronger or more powerful in some ways doesn't give me the right to go and abuse anyone who is weaker than me or dumber than me. That's not a world we want to see, is it? I don't want to see that world. I don't want to see a world where everyone just does what they want as long as they're strong enough to do it and everyone else can go to hell. I don't want to see that.
Treat them with respect. Kids don't build railroads, do they?
yeah, but
Eventually do.
they grow
Yeah,
up
but
to
they're
adults.
adults.
Yes, cows hit a plateau. I can't believe I have to explain this. Cows eventually plateau in their ability to reason.
I'm not talking about a plateau in ability. I'm talking about suffering at that moment.
Right.
Is it okay
So-
to, if you know a kid is never going to grow to adulthood, like if you had like a crystal ball or something, is that okay to kill them and rape them then?
Of course not, because it's still a human being with a soul and a cow is not. But I just want to make sure we are consistent, just so we're consistent.
Again, reverting back to the whole, if they have a soul, it's not okay to do anything to them. If they don't have a soul, you can do whatever you want to them. We've been through this a couple of times. It is frankly wild to me that you would sit there, and Charlie Kirk's a Christian, so a Christian with a soul, leading his life hopefully in the footsteps of Jesus, looking to Jesus as guide for guidance on how to be charitable, compassionate, loving, sitting here and saying, well, the other animals don't have a soul, so I don't care about their suffering. I don't care about them, full stop. Human flourishing is number one. I'm sorry to ask this question for all the Christians out there. I don't mean to offend anybody, but what do you think Jesus would say about that? What do you think Jesus would say to the vegan in this moment? Do you think he would respond in the same way Charlie Kirk is responding? Do you think Jesus would tell this guy, listen, they don't matter. They don't matter. The only thing that is important is you. Yeah, they feel pain and, but it's human flourishing. As long as humans flourish, do whatever you want to the animals. The answer is, if you've read anything about Jesus, if you've learned anything about Jesus, you know damn well that's not what he would be saying. He would be disgusted that somebody is sitting there and using a religion that is largely based around him and his words to justify doing horrible things to thinking, feeling, loving animals. He would be shocked by it. It's to the weak. Look at all the quotes that Jesus said about how to treat the weak, how to treat the feeble. There's even a quote where Jesus is encouraging people that if any of your sheep fell into danger during the Sabbath, would you not break the Sabbath to save them? And he's encouraging people to do that. So the idea that, just having a soul gives you a free pass to do anything you want to animals because they don't have souls, I don't know, man. I think maybe you want to go and reread the things that Jesus said about how to live good, compassionate lives full of love, because this sounds a lot like hate.
Do you believe that we should limit the unjust suffering of insects?
Well, and I don't believe that. I don't believe in intentionally killing insects either.
So you don't believe that we should spray for mosquitoes even if they're carrying diseases that
Well,
kill
if they're threatening me, then it's self-defense.
Oh, okay, got
but
it.
a cow didn't do anything. A cow was innocent.
Well, they're all like, "Oh, we've got you." Wait. So you see killing a cow, or pig, or a chicken for a sandwich the same as defending yourself against, say, a mosquito, or let's go for something more, a bigger animal. So say some kind of mountain lion comes for you, and a vegan kills the mountain lion in self-defense. You think that vegan would be some kind of hypocrite because they defend themselves, but they don't want to eat animals? I think they seem to think they've caught some kind of hypocrisy here. The vegan idea, or whatever, being a vegan, it doesn't mean that, okay, if an animal wants to kill you, let them kill you because you're against killing. That's not how it works. Eating an animal-free diet and living a life trying to avoid animals in products or in your lifestyle, and animal-free clothing and animal-free food and animal testing-free products, these are all things that you can choose to do because you disagree with hurting animals, you disagree with using animals, you disagree with taking advantage of animals for your own pleasure. You disagree with that. In the same way you would disagree with taking advantage or hurting a child. And it's for the same reasons you wouldn't do it. It's not because the child has a soul, the animal doesn't. It's because the children are vulnerable and defenseless and they don't really know what's going on. And the animals are in the same bloody boat. They're in the same boat as the children. And that's why you wouldn't do that to them either, because they can't do anything to stop you. That's what it's about. So yeah, in self-defense, you do what you need to do. In a survival situation, you do what you need to do. But there's billions of us that are A, not in a self-defense situation, and B, not in a survival situation. So why not choose the options that don't cause animals to be bred into farms and killed in slaughterhouses when you can choose that? Why would you not choose that and just live a healthy animal-free life instead? Until the day comes where maybe you do get stuck on some desert island and maybe then you have to eat animals. Or maybe you're walking through some woods and a bear attacks you and you have to shoot the bear. Okay, in those situations, do what you need to do. But in 99% of the rest of your life, avoid that kind of thing. Avoid violence to animals. Is that such a crazy thing to say, guys? I don't think so.
What if the cow is feeding me a human being?
But you can get nutrients. The World Health Organization has already said that a vegan diet is completely healthy for all ages.
And the World Health Organization has never lied about anything the last couple of years.
No, but they stand.
Yeah. If you don't believe the if you don't believe, I'm gonna start that whole sentence again. If you don't believe the World Health Organization, that's fine. Dismiss them. There are plenty of other health organizations around the world who have made it clear that a plant-based diet can be healthy for all stages of life. There's plenty of studies, huge studies, that if you're going to claim that studies have been fudged and numbers have been fudged and things like that, you'd find it very difficult to argue with a lot of these studies because they're so powerful. They're so high up the hierarchy of evidence. Google that, by the way, if you've not seen what that is. That it's hard to disprove them. They've got very high confidence. And there's so many examples around the world in terms of research, in terms of how many people are already living animal-free lives and have been for decades. At this point, if Charlie's going to try to claim that it's unhealthy or you're going to die or something's going to go horribly wrong, you're going to really struggle to prove that. The only thing that you would need to be careful about if you're going to eat an animal-free diet is vitamin B12. You're going to want to supplement that. You're already supplementing it anyway. If you're currently eating animals or animal products, you're already supplementing B12 because the animals are supplemented with B12 and the things they eat. Actually, they're supplemented with a lot of stuff. So you're already taking a ton of supplements if you're eating animals. But all you'll need to supplement B12 on an animal-free diet. And if you live in a country where it's not that sunny, or if you're just inside a lot like me, you're going to need to also supplement vitamin D. But the supplements industry is multiple billions of dollar industry. It's absolutely massive worldwide. And trust me, it's not held up by vegans. It's held up by everybody else because supplements are a normal part of most people's day-to-day lives because we live different lives these days. Most of us aren't super focused on eating perfect diets. We're not focused on going out in the sun for X amount of minutes or hours a day. We sit inside, we work inside, we live a lot of convenience. We're very addicted to convenience, and supplements become a part of that. But again, fortunately, as a vegan, you only really need to take B12, and I'd recommend taking vitamin D and maybe a couple other things if you're really trying to focus on having like optimal health or whatever. But yeah, you only really need to take B12, so all good.
They have a perfect record when it came to COVID and masks and the vaccine and all. And so I just want to be very clear. The push for veganism is a push for the androgenization of the American man. We need to get testosterone rates up, not down. And you do that by eating meat and not eating soybeans.
Yeah, so he's completely wrong there as well, unfortunately. The thing with this is he's fallen for the propaganda that came out and about when the vegetarian movement, especially, not even the vegan movement, the vegetarian movement started picking up some traction. They started being able to throw some shade at the meat industry and these other industries and started gaining a bit of traction. So the meat industry and I think the dairy industry came together and launched a thing like an advertising, like a campaign, like a smear campaign to basically make it out as if soy increased estrogen in men and made them less manly. This has been debunked. This was debunked about 2 decades ago, 20 years ago. This was completely debunked. It was complete nonsense, complete lies. There's no estrogen in soy. It's phytoestrogen, and it doesn't have the same impact at all that estrogen has. And actually, if you're worried about estrogen, if you're worried about mammalian hormones, as in hormones that come from mammals like us, if you're worried about consuming real estrogen from mammals, well, that's in milk. It's coming from a cow, a female cow, who is using the milk to feed her calves. There are hormones in that milk. So if hormones are a thing you're concerned about, you shouldn't be drinking dairy milk. If you don't want to drink soy milk either because you're still worried about estrogen, even though it doesn't have any in it, that's fine as well. Don't drink soy milk. Don't drink cow's milk. Drink something else. Drink some nut milk. Drink some almond milk. Drink some oat milk, rice milk. There are plenty of milks that are made for humans that have absolutely nothing to do with any hormone, whether it be actual estrogen, like cow's milk, or phytoestrogen, like in soy milk. You can be a vegan, you can eat an animal-free diet, and you can have no soy, and you can have nothing from a cow and nothing from an animal, and you can avoid all of those things. So, and oh yeah, his claims about lowering testosterone, they've done research on this, and they've found that actually vegans in general, in the research that's been done, tended to have higher testosterone than a lot of the meat eaters. I don't know if that is because of eating the plant-based, like animal-free diet. It probably isn't. It's probably, I don't know what it is. It could be anything. But the reality is you can eat an animal-free diet and have perfectly healthy testosterone, even higher testosterone than others who don't eat an animal-free diet. Higher testosterone than people who are eating animals. So, you know, there's that. so all he's doing here is parroting these lies that the meat industry have put out, parroting the lies they've put out, parroting their smear campaigns against soy that they did to try and put people off eating it so they could keep on eating meat. And guess who makes billions of dollars from that? The meat industry. That's why they did it, guys.
No, but you can get all of your protein, you can get nutrients all from a plant-based diet.
No, you can't.
Okay.
Yes, you can. Look it up.
Let me just say one final thing. Do you consider yourself a liberal or?
I can. Well, it depends on the issue, but like say abortion, like I'd say I'm moderate.
Okay, so
because
you
I believe
in human choice.
Yeah. Well, generally, like I don't believe in my body, my choice. Generally speaking,
Okay.
but it depends.
Okay, can I
Depends
have
on each individual
Can I have
issue.
the right to eat a steak?
You have the right to eat a steak. No, because that involves the suffering of an animal, of an innocent life.
And the American left wonders why they're losing young men. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
No, but okay.
Thank
Yeah, so the point he's making at the end there, he's getting the guy to bite the bullet on, does he think that he should legally be allowed to eat steak? And then the vegan says, no, you shouldn't. And then he says, oh, well, you know, this is why you're losing the right. This is probably, in this latter part, this is probably the only part that I would agree with Charlie on, in that if you go around saying, well, I want it to be illegal for you to do this, in a world where 99% of people are eating steaks, are eating meat, and it currently is legal, if you go out and tell them all, I want to make the thing that you do every day illegal, without even giving them a chance to understand why you don't think it's right, then you're going to turn 99% of people the complete opposite direction of whatever you want them to think and whatever you want to convince them of. No one is going to enjoy being told that, hey, that thing that you love, I want to make it illegal. I mean, who's going to like that? No one's going to like that. So unfortunately, I think this vegan misunderstood a lot of the social elements of what he was doing. With regards to, for me as a vegan, I'll answer the question, do I want to make meat illegal? Let me answer it this way. In the future, I think, distant into the future, I think one day they might just make meat illegal. But by that point, people will be convinced and will agree that actually the reason to make it illegal is because A, we now know for sure, and everybody is on board with this, that we don't need meat, for example. We don't need it for health. And actually, we can be healthier without it. That would be the one thing. So it's not a necessity. It's not for survival. B, they would have acknowledged that animals have full sensory experience. They feel all different levels of pain. They even feel psychological pain. They get depressed. They get anxiety. They get PTSD. They get traumatized. This is something that is just an absolute fact. But the majority of the public doesn't know about this. So when people do know about this, and again, they completely realize this and acknowledge this and say, wow, okay, yeah, you know, most people in the world know this now. Those two things together, I think, would lead people to going to C when they say, this shouldn't be allowed anymore. And if society, let's say Western society, if 80, 90% of people are now on board with this, and let's say they're all vegetarians because of the reasons I've just said, then maybe a law will get floated to make meat illegal, and it'll probably pass. And guess what? Most people will be happy about that. I think that is a possible future. I think that's potential future. But I wouldn't go around saying now that, oh, hey, I'm going to make this illegal, because people aren't at that point yet. They're just not at that moment yet where they get the things that I've just said. And the majority of people, if you say that, they're going to reject you immediately. They're just going to disagree. So there's no point saying that. There's no point saying I want to make that thing that you love illegal while 99% of people completely disagree with it. You need to be floating that idea when a majority of people agree with you, not when a majority of people disagree with you. You always push people away because it's just a lack of, it's not like people are evil. It's just a lack of understanding. It's a lack of acknowledging those facts that I just mentioned. And that takes, unfortunately, time. And the longer it takes, obviously, the more animals are going to have to go through all these horrors. And it is heartbreaking, but it's just the way the world is, unfortunately. It's the system we have to work, and we have to work this way, you know? We can't just click our fingers and everybody knows this stuff, unfortunately. But we can do our best to get the word out. Thank you, Caroline, for the super chat. What do you think of Tash and Jack being assaulted? I'll come back to that later, Caroline. We'll get to that later, okay? Because we're going to go into the next Charlie Kirk video. But thank you for the super chat. I promise you we'll come back to it. And Barry Devonshire, thank you so much for the tip, mate. I appreciate it. You didn't send a message, though. Send a message next time so I can read something nice out for everybody. Thank you, Barry. Appreciate it, mate. Okay, guys. So that my summary of that Charlie Kirk video, before we go into the next one, is that it started okay. I think the vegan maybe triggered him a couple of times, which made him react in the ways that he did. And he just started to make fun of the guy, wind the guy up, say horrible things about animals. I don't care about animals as long as it benefits humans. Even though earlier on he said he wanted it to be humane and didn't want them to suffer. A lot of contradictions from him. A disappointing performance from him because, like I said, I've seen a lot of his videos, and in a lot of his videos, he can be quite reasonable, even with somebody who completely disagrees with him. Actually, sometimes people tell him, like, I hate you, and he is really reasonable with them and even manages to somehow at the end of it get them to reach some kind of common ground, and it's actually quite amicable and quite nice. So I hoped that he could do that with the vegan here, but instead he just chose to kind of troll the vegan a little bit for his audience to laugh at. And yeah, it's just disappointing because he's capable of being better than that. He's capable of actually listening and positively influencing his audience, right? Because his audience is millions and millions of people. He could show them a good example of how to talk to a vegan in a way that shows respect to this individual who clearly shows passion for this, who clearly cares about this. Even if you don't agree, there is a way to talk where you aim to learn something, you aim to progress your understanding of this individual, of this topic, And then he could influence other people to bring that to the table in lots of other ways too. And wouldn't that be a better world if we all spent a bit more time understanding each other rather than just immediately looking to make fun of each other? Charlie could have done that here, but he chose not to, unfortunately. Now we're going to take a look at the next video that Charlie got into it with a vegan on. In this video, this is vegan leaves Charlie Kirk hungry for a burger. So the title doesn't really leave us with much to look forward to. It seems like it's going to be the same as the last video, unfortunately. But let's watch and let's see how Charlie handles this vegan discussion. Let's see if it's any better than the previous one.
Yes.
Hi, with the Republican Party that traditionally prides itself on personal responsibility, for a Republican Party that prides itself on personal responsibility, protecting the sentient unborn, and free markets, I was curious your thoughts on animal rights, just because the government subsidizes animal agriculture far more than fruits and vegetables and plant foods, which inhibits the free market and ends up slaughtering lots of animals. And animals are also sentient beings like the unborn. So I was curious your thoughts on all of that.
Yeah, so the question is first, is an animal a human?
No.
Okay, so does it therefore have rights?
I mean, we already have rights for animals, for dogs, cats, and even for some
no,
farm
of course,
animals.
but do you get
less.
First Amendment protections for your dog? Can your dog own a firearm, right?
No.
No, of course not. So it's not the same thing as a human.
Yeah,
now,
I'm not saying it
Now,
is,
as
yeah.
a Christian, we're also not allowed to torture or to slaughter. That's in the Noahic covenant and repeatedly out the scriptures. We must be humane in our treatment of animals.
So again, we see this humane in the treatment of animals. But again, remember, just in the last video, he said as long as the animals are being used for human betterment, then he doesn't really care about them. Charlie, I'd love to know which one of these it is. Maybe he could follow up with a post, just a quick sentence to say, look, is it that we can do whatever we want to them as long as humans flourish, or is it that we have to treat them well and humanely? Also, the point about, well, animals, we don't give them the right to hold a gun. I don't really understand how that's relevant at all. Children don't have the right to own a gun either. There are lots of people actually who wouldn't be able to get a gun for various reasons. It doesn't make them any less worthy of protection or any less worthy of respect, does it? I mean, so a chicken can't own a gun, a chicken can't drive a car, okay, but they still feel pain and they still suffer and they have the capacity for suffering and to feel joy as well and happiness. They have personalities. They're individuals, chickens. Each of them has their likes, their dislikes, and they protect their own. They protect you even if you're a part of their family. Chickens are complex, emotional animals, but they can't have the right to own a gun, so it's okay to chop their head off and eat them in a burger. I don't agree with that, to put it lightly. I think that's actually a pretty wild thing to say.
But I don't know where you're coming at from this perspective, but some people would say that animals and humans are on the same moral plane. I don't think that's what you're saying, right? However, there is a push, though, to say that we should no longer eat meat because it's bad for the life of animals. We should do what's best for human beings, first and foremost, and it's good for human beings to eat meat. It's good for human beings to be able to eat animals. It's good for human beings to not just eat like this synthetic fake meat that Bill Gates wants to make all day long.
Yeah, okay. So his reason that it's good to eat meat and it's good to eat animal products is because it's better than eating Bill Gates's processed meat. What he's missing here, unfortunately, is the third option, that there are literally thousands of different plants, vegetables, fruits, nuts, seeds, grains, literally thousands of them that you can eat. And if you don't want to eat any processed meats like vegan meats or processed vegan cheeses and all those kinds of things, if you don't want any of that, then you can live and just eat whole foods, whole plant foods, an animal-free diet that is only whole foods that are super healthy. And obviously, if you want the occasional Beyond Burger isn't going to kill you. I'm sure Charlie would agree with me that one Beyond Burger every 2 weeks or one vegan cheese pizza every weekend, it won't kill you. If you eat it every day, yeah, well, it's not great. You eat a lot of salt in these things, a lot of things that probably aren't good for you. Every day, 3 times a day, something like that, I'd agree with him. Probably shouldn't do that. Probably not going to be great. Eat everything else. Eat all the whole plant foods I just mentioned. There's literally thousands of them. You don't need to have meat and dairy and animal products to be healthy. It's not a necessity for your health.
And so, yeah, where do I stand on animal rights? I mean, I don't think any living being should be tortured or should be cruelly treated. At the same time, we should always do what's best for human beings and human beings first. So, for example, when there's an environmental question, the question should first be what is best for the human species, not what's best for, the trees or for the snake. Those things are important, but it's more important for humans. Does that answer your question?
So, right, we get a bit of clarity now on what he's saying there. So he still thinks that we should do things humanely with animals and not be cruel to them, but also he thinks humans should be prioritized. That's okay. That's an absolutely, I don't see anything wrong with that. With thinking humans, okay, we put humans first, but we have to be humane and we have to be good to animals. So if an environmental thing comes up, like he's saying, we need to put the human needs first before anything else. Well, that's probably a good way of doing it, because at the end of the day, if the humans disappear, then maybe the world would be a worse off place, because we're actually doing a lot of things, believe it or not, that make the world a better place in a lot of ways, even though there's a lot of bad things that we do as well. So there's some logic there. Okay, fine. But thinking that humans come first doesn't mean that animals need to be just cast aside and disrespected entirely. You can lower them in your value system. Okay, humans here, animals here, fine. But you'd still stop somebody from torturing an animal? Yes, I would. Great. What about if they're torturing them for a burger? What about if they're shoving their hands inside them for cheese? What about if they're chopping their heads off for chicken wings? What about if they're doing those things? What about if they're abusing them for bullfighting? What about if they're abusing dogs for dog fighting? What about if they're making dogs race and then killing them as soon as they're not as fast anymore? Well, all of those things are happening every day, and they're legal in most places. So the thing is, you can think humans are up here, but you don't have to support all of that just because you think humans are up here. And as we've already established, it's not a survival thing. It's not like this is for human survival. Oh, this is because we need to survive. No, it isn't. It's for entertainment and for our pleasure and for our convenience. It's very convenient to go to a shop and buy a cheeseburger. It's a little less convenient to find a vegan version of that, an animal-free version of that. Okay, fine. But that little difference in convenience doesn't make it all right to go and do horrible things to an animal, does it? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. And I think most people would agree that just because you can doesn't mean you should. It doesn't mean that you should have the right to do it just because you can do it. So, big people with lots of muscles, they can go and bully people. That doesn't mean they should do that. It doesn't mean that it's a good thing that they do that, even though they can do it. We can kill animals. We can use animals for animal products. We can do all these things to them. We can mess with them. We can poke them. We can stab them for taste pleasure or for entertainment or for sports. We can do all those things, even legally. But it doesn't make them good. It doesn't mean we should do it, and it doesn't make those things good. And I would argue that actually it's bad. From their perspective, it's definitely bad. Absolutely. Even if you don't agree with me, even if you think it's good, think about it. How do they see it? Do you think they think it's good, or do you think they think it's bad? Of course they think it's bad. They see us as the devil. They think they think we're Satan. They literally think that we are evil because of all these things that we do to them just so we can have a tasty burger.
And part is okay if I have a little follow-up.
Please, yeah.
I mean, in terms of what rights we give to animals, of course we wouldn't give animals the right to drive a car or vote because it's not relevant to them. But the rights that would be relevant to them are basic negative rights, the right not to be mistreated or killed. And we already have that for cats and dogs, and even cruelty laws on farm animals.
Well, we're allowed to kill dogs. That's not true. We have kill shelters for dogs, right? We also kill dogs that bite their owners and dogs with rabies, right? So if a human being gets rabies, what do? We treat the human. If a dog gets rabies, unless there's like a miraculous treatment, which there usually isn't, right?
Well, that's the reason that dogs with rabies are killed. It's not because we can't treat it. It's because there isn't a treatment for it. Also, as far as I'm aware, there is no treatment for rabies in humans. I think if you get rabies, you just die. I'm pretty sure, unless someone can correct me, I thought I read somewhere that if you actually are infected with rabies, that's it. There is no cure. So that's the reason they'll kill dogs with rabies. And with humans, the reason they wouldn't kill a human with rabies is because it's illegal in most places to euthanize people. But I think if it were legal, I think a lot of people maybe would want to be killed rather than go through the misery of dying of rabies, which I believe is a horrific way to die. In terms of kill shelters, yes, there are animal shelters that kill dogs. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrific that they do that. And I think the reason they do that is because a lot of the dogs that they're killing are dogs that can't be rehomed. Literally, they are aggressive dogs or they're very, very sick dogs. They cannot be rehomed. And there are other dogs that could be rehomed that need to be brought into the shelter. And so it's this really horrible moral decision that you've got to make where it's this dog is very old or very aggressive. They have no quality of life. Should we kill them so we can get another dog here that could maybe have a better life if we help them? I can't answer that question, but it seems like a lot of sanctuaries and shelters out there have to make that tough decision. And it's absolutely not the same as just willy-nilly killing animals for food or for things that you want, like entertainment. It's not the same. These are really, really difficult moral discussions that are had with the intention of saving more animals. So they're killing dogs with the intention of saving dogs. In this case, they're just killing cows because they want to eat them in burgers. You see, there's a very, very big difference, as I'm sure you'll agree. It's like, it would be like saying a serial killer who kills humans, comparing them to the army going in to rescue some hostages. And they kill. It's like, oh, it's the same. It's the same. The serial killer and rescuing hostages killing too. It's the same. Well, it's not the same, is it? One is definitely more justified than the other. I think we can agree, right?
So you're right. The negative rights, we do have rights to be able to, for better or for worse, because we do not treat dogs and cats as the same moral level, because we as human beings have a soul, we have reason, we have the ability to make sense of the natural world. Dogs do not, right? Dogs only have senses. They do not have reason. And so, for example, a dog cannot tell that it's a dog. Now, there's some disagreement about that, but we as human beings can make sense of the natural world. We are the speaking beings, to say differently. But no animal should be mistreated. But to say that animals are not allowed to be killed would be, therefore, an argument against meat, correct?
Right, yeah. And no lies about it. I'm arguing against...
Right, that's very unpopular probably at, UW-Madison to get rid of bacon, right? So... I'm just guessing.
Yeah, and I mean, the reason I'm bringing this up ultimately is these animals that we kill on factory farms. We kill them pigs in gas chambers. We ground up male chicks alive for the egg industry because only the female hens lay eggs. All these different things is because we view animals on not having enough rights to actually protect their livelihood. I'm making an argument that we shouldn't obviously give animals rights that aren't relevant to them.
For sure.
But yeah.
So,
I think
if you were a dictator, would you say we cannot kill pigs?
No, I think that should be left up to the free market.
Okay.
The reason I'm concerned about it is the government is spending billions of dollars.
Yeah, I think factory farming has a lot of problems, more because of the health of the human that eats the meat, less than about the animal, because it's just not as good for the human. So thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick, do you think...
That's a weird take. So he has more of a problem with factory farming because the animal products would be unhealthy for the people versus the literal 80 billion animals that are mostly in factory farms. And if you've ever seen any video from inside a factory farm, it is absolutely horrific. I would say Charlie probably has never seen that or been inside a factory farm. I think if he did go in a factory farm, he would be less concerned about the minor health impact differences between meat from a factory farm or meat from a non-factory farm, because I don't believe it's going to be that much different. I think he'd be more concerned about the, just as he said earlier on, unjust suffering and just, in his words, clearly inhumane treatment of billions and billions of animals, especially chickens. In factory farming, it's chickens who are the most abused in the largest numbers and possibly the most abused in the severity of the abuse as well. The things they do to chickens in these places is just, and the torture they go through. So, for example, one of the things that people don't know that happens to chickens in factory farms is some of them don't grow fast enough. And so to save time, save money, what they'll do is they have feeders, right? So let me just make the camera a little bigger so I can show you this. So in the chicken farms, they have feeders. So let's imagine the feeder is about this high from the ground. There's food in there and there's water in these things, right? And what they'll do is when they're little babies, they keep it very low so that all the chicks can get to it. And then each week or so, I think it is, they slowly raise the feeder, right? And so at some point, some of the chickens won't be able to reach the feeder anymore. They won't be able to get any water. They won't be able to get any food. They do this so that any chickens that aren't growing fast enough won't be able to, they won't waste their time and won't waste their money giving them food and water, which is all costs money, right? And they'll just starve to death because at the end of the day, they know those chickens are not going to be worth as much as the other chickens. So they don't want to waste food and water on them. And that's how they do it. They just keep raising the feeder to a level so that any chicken that can't reach it will literally just starve to death in the farm. And all the other ones will keep on eating and drinking. That's just one example of the absolute disgrace that factory farming is. And that's not even getting to the stuff they do to the chickens physically with their own hands, the way they treat them, the way they handle them, the way they kill them. And they spend their entire lives in captivity in a shed. They never even see daylight, living in their own feces, their own urine, just absolute piles of it. And it's the only time they'll clean it is when the chickens have been all taken out and been sold to a slaughterhouse. And that's weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks of just feces, urine over and over and over again. And that's how they live until they're killed, which isn't a very long time actually before they're killed. They're killed as babies, chickens. And that's the case for most animals, killed as babies. So I think if Charlie Kirk actually went to see that and knew this stuff, I think he would be more concerned with that as opposed to, as I said, the minor differences between the health impact of a factory farmed burger versus a non-factory farmed burger.
Ultimately, that a Republican Party that is pro-free market should be propping up billions of dollars towards subsidies for animal
I'm not a
agriculture.
huge subsidy fan of things that make people fat and unhealthy.
So would you, if you were in a voting position, either if you were an elected leader, would you vote against, and should Republicans vote against that?
I'm not in a voting position, but yeah, I would advocate I'd advocate against most of our current agricultural subsidies, for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, that's good. He at least got him to say that he would advocate against most agricultural subsidies. And did I switch the screen back yet? And if you didn't know this, Americans, you should know this. And actually, most people in the world, your government's doing the same thing. Animal agriculture is so heavily subsidized that if you took the subsidies away, you probably wouldn't even be able to afford a burger. The prices would be phenomenal. They're such inefficient and such poorly run and such energy inefficient systems that they need millions, billions in government subsidies to keep them up and running and keep the products on the shelves at a price that you could actually afford. And I'm glad that Charlie agrees here that removing the subsidies would be a good thing. Let the free market decide. And trust me, if the free market decides on what happens with animal agriculture won't exist anymore. And honestly, guys, you will simply have to switch to animal-free options because you will not be able to afford animal products because these systems are so incredibly inefficient and expensive that it just wouldn't work anymore. And so I'm glad that he actually says that he would vote to take away the subsidies from these places. We shouldn't be subsidizing businesses and systems that can't run without the subsidies. It's insane. It's an insane thing. And I'm sure the conservatives who are here and the people who are more leaning right, surely you agree with that, do you not? I mean, I see a lot of people coming here. I've seen some people supporting Charlie. Well, do you support Charlie saying that too? Like Charlie just said that he would remove subsidies from most of the agricultural systems. So you agree as well? Do you agree that they shouldn't subsidize animal farming with it being so incredibly inefficient? And now you know that actually the only reason that those animal products like meat, dairy, and eggs, the only reason they're affordable or even at the price they are is because of the subsidies. Are you not against that? Do you not think that's absolutely terrible? I think that's absolutely terrible. I think that's, as a conservative, as somebody who believes in, who's against big government and against that kind of thing, propping up businesses, propping up industries that couldn't stand up by themselves. I would hope that you're all against propping these kind of businesses up that can't stand by themselves as conservatives. But I'm going to look at the chat for a little bit. I saw some people earlier on saying things like bad argument or that's not a good argument. Look, here's the deal, right? You can believe that. That's absolutely fine. But if you say bad argument or that's not a good argument without actually countering what I'm saying, it's not helpful. So I need you to actually say why you think it's a bad argument or what you disagree with so that I can give you an answer back, because I'm willing to answer you, but I can't answer bad argument. I can't answer someone who just says, I don't agree. You actually gotta show me, you know? Oh, by the way, the activist in that video, the vegan in this video, his name's Ryan Blum. Thank you, Sweet Potato Tyler, for pointing that out. Ryan Blum. So go check him out if you enjoyed him here. He didn't get too much of a chance to get into it, unfortunately. Only like 4.5 minutes. I think it would have been a better conversation, but maybe Charlie cut him off because he realized this guy wasn't like the last guy and actually possibly could, you know, give him a run for his money in terms of argumentation and what he was saying. Thank you, Jordan Vegan USA 16, for the 2 super chats. I appreciate it. Got to go vegan for the animals. Yes, I agree, definitely. Thank you, Jordan. And will there be a Rammies this year? Yeah, I'm planning to do a Rammies this year. I'll get you more information about that at some point. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure when it'll be, but we'll be doing it. We'll be doing it. Thanks for the questions, mate. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here, bro. All right, I'm still looking for these bad arguments, apparently, that I made. You guys are not giving me much in the chat. I'll tell you this. If you want me to answer you in the chat, if you're currently here to, I don't know, if you don't agree with vegans, you don't agree with being good to animals or you know, animal-free diets and things like that, if you've got concerns and critiques or whatever, then you make sure you type my name in the chat when you're going to say something you want me to see. I'll keep an eye out for it, because then it highlights it. It makes it orange for me if you do that. So I'll have a see anyway. I'll have a look and see. But in conclusion, anyway, I'll conclude while you guys are thinking about that. Is Charlie Kirk at all right about vegans and veganism? Well, in some ways, in some of the things he said, yes. Let's go through what's good and what he is right about. He is right that we should remove subsidies from agricultural systems that don't work without subsidies. Animal agriculture will literally fall to pieces without subsidization. So that I am on board with, and I think any business, any industry that can't stand up without government intervention deserves to fail. So I agree with him there, and animal agriculture, as it stands, deserves to fail. Even if you don't agree with the morals that I've been talking about, even if you don't agree with what I've been saying about animals and how we shouldn't do these things to animals in the first place, you should agree with me, I assume, as conservatives especially, that we shouldn't be propping up and giving our tax money to industries and businesses that couldn't survive without it. That is insane to me. What a terrible system that is. So I agree with him on that one. What else do I agree with Charlie on? I like that he said that you have the right to be a vegan. I'm glad that he's not trying to make it somehow like illegal or something like that to take away your right to be a vegan. That would be weird. So I'm glad that he did that. I think he's definitely right there. What else did he say that I think is right? Let me try and rack my brain, because there was a lot of stuff in there. I don't necessarily, I suppose I'm neutral on this. I don't see a problem with believing that humans are more important. I think that we all have our preferences, and in most scenarios, we're going to choose to help a human. If we have to choose between helping a person or helping a dog, I think most people are going to choose the person. It comes naturally. I don't think that's an issue whatsoever. So I agree with him there, I suppose. What I don't agree with is then using that as an excuse to go and kill animals for a burger. I don't think that having a preference for your own species gives you the automatic green light to go and abuse animals to eat them. So I disagree with him and agree with him kind of together in that same point. So he's right on a couple of things. I don't see that as a, you know, I think there's some potential there for agreement, for common ground, for sure. Oh, I agree with him. Oh, that was another thing. What else? I agree with him when he says that we should treat animals humanely and we should not subject them to unjust suffering. I 100% agree with both of those points. I disagree with how he interprets that. I disagree with how he applies that. He applies that by saying, well, we kill them and we use them and we do what we want to them, but just without unjust suffering and humanely. I make the argument that you can't do all those things to them without unjust suffering and humanely, when the only reason you're doing it is for your own convenience and your own entertainment, in the form of taste pleasure when it comes to food, or in the form of just being happy to have a nice coat or some shoes for fashion, or if it's for entertainment, as we've already discussed, dog racing or horse racing or dog fighting or bullfighting. I don't agree with doing that either. Or testing on them for things like toothpaste or completely unnecessary animal testing. I don't agree with that either. Charlie, it seems, does agree with those things and seems to believe that it's humane and it's okay to do those things and there's no suffering. So he either doesn't understand these systems and he doesn't understand what's happening to animals, which is more likely, or he actually doesn't think they should be treated humanely and without unjust suffering. It's one or the other. I think it's the more that he's not properly looked into it. I think he focuses himself on more human issues and doesn't really take animal rights issues seriously. And at the end of the day, I think a lot of people are in that boat, and it's our job. Well, it's my job, and I make these videos to try to convince people like Charlie to not abandon everything that he's doing. He's got his own priorities, he's got his work, he's focused on humans. Fine, do that. But it doesn't mean that you can't just give 5 minutes and just learn a little bit about why animal rights is important and why vegans say the things they say, right? It literally doesn't take long. 5 or 10 minutes and you would have most of what you need to know. Why not, right? Why not spend a bit of time learning about that? And you'll probably see you have a lot more in common with the vegans than you think. A lot of people think they don't have anything in common with the vegans. It's quite surprising to find out for people that we have a lot in common. I've already mentioned the things we have in common. Bullfighting, I'm against it. You're against it. Great. You have something in common with a vegan. The dog trade in China, dog meat trade, I'm against it. Are you against it? Yes. Good. We have something in common. What about selectively breeding dogs so that their noses get flatter and flatter like pugs or French bulldogs to the point where they can barely breathe and their breathing sounds like they're always out of breath because their lungs and their nose is just all a mess. And we've only done that so they'll look cute. I'm against that. You against that too? I assume so because that's horrible, isn't it? Again, you have something in common with a vegan. We're not so different from each other, right? Vegans and everybody else. There are many, many ways that you are personally against animal exploitation. Because that's what it is. When you're breeding dogs to make their noses flatter, you're taking advantage of dogs. You're taking advantage of the fact that they're weak and can't do anything to stop you to create dogs that are more pleasing for people. That's called exploitation, right? You're forcing a bull to fight and then killing them for your entertainment. It's called exploitation. So there are many, many ways that people in the world who aren't vegan are against exploiting animals. We have a lot in common. The only thing we don't have in common is when it comes down to diet, mostly. Mostly a lot of people take issue with diet and a couple other things like, for example, leather and clothing. But it's mostly diet that people get the real, get really stuck on and really passionate about, against vegans. But there's no reason to, because at the end of the day, think about what we already have in common and just realize that all the dietary conversation is an extension of what we already have in common. It's an extension of being against bullfighting. It's an extension of being against selectively breeding dogs to mess their bodies up so they look prettier. The diet, changing the diet is just an extension of that. It's just looking at that and saying we're against exploiting animals in those ways. We're also against exploiting animals for our diets and for all the other things in our lifestyles. We're not so different, guys. All right, I saw some questions pop up again. Dillian, hey mate, how's it going? This is one of the reasons I really hate giving my taxes to the government. If I could, I'd shift them to a sanctuary or even people like you, David. Thank you, Dillian. Thank you for the donation. Thank you for that point. It is a really good point. It sucks that we all have to pay taxes and that they use our taxes to prop up industries that abuse animals that couldn't even stand up without being propped up. It is really frustrating. I agree with you, mate. It sucks. And again, that's a proper right-wing talking point. And I saw some people in the chat earlier saying that it's impossible to be vegan and conservative. And I think people were saying that kind of thing. Conservatives were saying that. You should go and look into that, guys. Go and Google vegan conservatives. Go on Facebook and go and look Vegans for Trump. There's a Facebook group called Vegans for Trump. The thing is, it's not about left or right. It's not about these just individual sides and you're always on the left or you're always on the right. Vegans fall all across the spectrum. And if you ask 1 million vegans where they fall on 1 million topics, you'll find they fall all over the place because people don't neatly fit into a left or right wing box. And when it comes to this box, for example, like should our taxes go to propping up industries and businesses that can't stand alone, I think you'll find most vegans would say if it were an industry that is completely unnecessary and that abuses animals or humans, most vegans would agree, no, take that away. you would say that's a conservative belief. That's a right-wing belief. Well, most vegans have a right-wing belief then, because I know most vegans would say absolutely take our tax money away from that. No business should be propped up by taxes, right? What's to fail as the food industrial complex? I quit it a couple decades ago. My health has never been better. FYI, I grow, raise, forage, all my own needed food, meat included. Yeah, you could do that without animals though. That's the thing. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's a great thing that people would go off the out of the food system, if they away from factory farming, and then they go and instead have their own animals and all that kind of thing. Yeah, sure. It's well, one thing is, it's for sure it's a lot better than funding factory farms. But the beauty is that you don't need to stop there. You can continue down that road, and you can continue trying to make choices that are not only better for your health, but are better for animals too. You can leave animals out of the equation. You can be self-sustaining, and it doesn't need to involve animals. Or you can be mostly self-sustaining, and it doesn't need to involve animals. So, because if you're going to go off-grid, that's fine, but do it in an ethical way. Do it in a way that doesn't end up with violence to animals. And there are people who do that. There are tons of people who do that. You should look into it. There are, what was it called? There's a movement for it even. It's not vegan. There's veganic farming, but there was this, what was it now? I can't remember what it was, but anyway, there are people who do self-sustaining, off-grid living, completely animal-free. You could I think you'd have to Google it and have a look into it, but it definitely exists. So there is definitely a way to do it. But it's not feasible for the vast majority of people. That's the problem. If everybody did that, then society would collapse, and there wouldn't even be enough land and enough food for everybody. So these farming systems are needed, but we can have an animal-free farming system that would be significantly better for literally every metric. So no more animals involved, so way, way better for animals. Way healthier for people than what we currently have now, and obviously a hell of a lot more sustainable for the long run. In terms of sustainable, as in like the long run of sustaining the population, and environmentally too, like significantly less waste and pollution, and significantly less land usage as well, less water usage, all that kind of stuff. Animal agriculture is so inefficient when it comes to land use, water use, and pollution. It's wild. Lots and lots of reasons, guys. Lots of stuff to look into for everyone who's listening in. There's 136 of you here, and not all of you are in the chat. So, for those of you well, I can't speak anymore, so there you go. For those of you who are watching and not chatting, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening in. And I hope you'll jump in the chat at some point as well. I see you've been voting, guys. I asked which one of these is you. We got 62% who say, I only eat animal-free meals. 9% said, I eat a lot of animal-free meals. 12% said, I've tried some animal-free meals. And 17% said, I've never had an animal-free meal. 17% of people claim to have never had an animal-free meal. 17% of the people who voted are liars. Of course you've had animal-free meals in your entire life. Come on now. You tell me every single meal you've ever eaten had animal products in it? I don't buy that for a second. Come on. But it's still pretty cool that over 20% either are eating a lot of animal-free meals or have tried some. That's really positive. And please keep doing that, guys. Keep finding more and more and trying more and more, because you just gotta get out there and try and find the stuff that you like the most, right? Try and find the brands that you enjoy the most and the flavors you enjoy the most. And there's so many different animal-free options these days, whether it's like something processed, vegan cheese, stuff like that, vegan burgers, or whether it's recipes that you make at home that are more healthy and less processed. So many options, literally thousands and thousands of animal-free products to choose from, So yeah. What have we got going on in the chat, guys? I see some guy talking about get that through your skinny vegan brains. Yeah. I should probably let you guys know. A lot of people don't realize this when I'm sat like this, but I'm 6'2" and 90 kilos, which is, what is that in 90 kilos to pounds for the Americans? So I'm 6'2" and just under 200 pounds. So far from skinny vegan at this point. Used to be a skinny vegan, but put a bit of weight on, put a bit of muscle on. And there are fat vegans, someone's put there. There are fat vegans. There are fat vegans out there. That's true. There are definitely fat vegans out there. Well, because, at the end of the day, there are vegans who want to eat junk food. And there are vegans who don't want to work out. There are vegans who want to be lazy. And, well, I mean, good for you. If that's your vibe, it's your health. Hey, I'm not here to teach you guys how to be, to convince you guys to be the healthiest you can be. I'm here to tell you can be healthy. You can be very, very healthy on an animal-free diet if you want to be. You can be super, super lazy and eat lots of junk food. And you could do that as well. It's fine. You'd still be doing good for the animals. However, for the long run, it might not be a good idea because obviously we need you to come and help us convince the world to make the world a better place for animals. And if you're super overweight and unhealthy, you're not going to be around for long enough, are you? So please reconsider eating really unhealthily if you are doing that. All right, guys. So we're not done yet. We've got more to come. As I told you, we've got some interesting stuff to react to. I think the next thing we'll do, because we're talking a lot about food, of course, because food's important for all of us. Let's take a little look at some healthy food that might be interesting. So I found this video. Excuse me, got my burps on. I found this video. I've not watched it yet, so we're gonna watch it together. It's winter meal prep to feel good. Plant-based vegan 4 days. I have no idea if this is going to be any good or not. But it's, some inspiration for everybody watching. Everyone's saying that they don't want to do the processed food. They don't want to eat the Bill Gates processed food. Well, these are all just plant-based recipes.
By meal prepping just a few ingredients, you will end up with hassle-free and smooth weekdays. So in just 1 hour, we prep 7 components that are then mix-matched into different meals during the week. And since it is winter, I'm focusing on winter produce in this meal plan.
I'm going to speed this up a little bit.
Starting with the oven tray stuff. This calls for 4 potatoes, but this one is huge. So poke holes into 2 of the sweet potatoes and place them on an oven tray lined with parchment paper if you don't want your whole oven tray to be caramelized.
Damn sweet potato, guys. Poof. That's some dangerous Bill Gates sponsored food right there. Trying to make you sick. They're trying to, you see this, guys? You see this, sweet potatoes? Come on.
And then with the rest of the potatoes, or the huge one, just cut them up into bite-sized cubes. When I think about winter produce, I immediately think of sweet potatoes. Just add the cubes onto the same oven tray as the other 2 potatoes and drizzle some oil, or you can use no oil and sprinkle some salt if you like to. Don't put them in the oven yet, wait until you're done with the next step. Roasted broccoli is like a mandatory in our home in colder months. You can also, of course, find this winter meal prep meal plan in my app. And
sorry, guys, broccoli as well. I just can't believe that she's cooking sweet potatoes and broccoli, because isn't this the evil food that's going to make us all sick? This is what we need. This is why we need meat, dairy, and eggs, because broccoli and sweet potatoes is just going to make us. It's going to, first of all, it's going to lower our testosterone. I'm kidding. I'm going to stop being sarcastic. Okay, it's just based on what Charlie Kirk was saying in the last video. He was saying that you need to eat meat, dairy, and eggs because it will raise your testosterone. Whereas I suppose he's saying that broccoli and sweet potatoes will lower it. He said soy would lower it, which is wrong, by the way. That is a lie. But sweet potatoes and broccoli definitely ain't going to lower it. Sweet potatoes and broccoli are very, very healthy. I'll knock off the sarcasm from here on in. Let's get back to being understanding, and let's get back to being understanding and open and accessible. Let's encourage the people who are here who want to ask some questions to ask some questions, because we're not mean. We're not mean vegans here. We're a community. Get involved, guys. Let's talk. Let's have some chats, okay?
in the app, you can change for how many people you are cooking for and create a shopping list accordingly. I will share the link to my app in the description box down below. Then onto the same tray, I'm also adding some chickpeas, 2 cans of chickpeas with spices, and mix everything around, and then add them to the same tray as the broccoli, and try spread them out as much as you can. And now put both trays into the oven, setting 2 timers,
Roasted
one timer on
so
60 minutes for
the
the big sweet potatoes, and a second timer on 20 minutes for the rest. Meanwhile, make the marinade for the tempeh. Beautiful thing about tempeh is that it soaks up any flavor and therefore it goes with all kinds of meals.
Nice.
You can also use tofu for this if you like that better. But yeah, chop the tempeh up into cubes and close a lid on the container and give it a shake. And then you
So tempeh is made from like I believe it's like ferment. Well, it can be made from a couple different things, but I think it's like fermented rice or something like that. But you can make it out of other stuff. It's very protein heavy anyway. Tempeh. It's a really good meat alternative. It's good to have if you don't want to eat tofu for some reason. Tempeh is a good option. Seitan is the other good option. That's Seitan. Don't freak out. It's not the devil. It's a very old food. It's been around for a long time. I think it was maybe from Asia or something like that.
You can just put it aside and let it marinate until the end of this meal prep. You can use any grain you like. For example, barley would also work nicely with the meals we are putting together later. So when the 20-minute timer has gone off, just remove the oven trays from the oven, remove the sweet potato cubes from the oven tray and put back the big sweet potatoes into the oven and let the rest cool down.
Yeah, Boy Red's saying it's from soybeans. You're right. I think tempeh mostly is made from soybeans. You can make it from other stuff as well, though. I think you can do like chickpea tempeh. You can do, there's lots of different versions of it, but yeah. I think it's just this one. Maybe she's using
a good meal
soybeans.
is nothing without a nice topping or a nice dressing. And by the way, it's totally optional to prepare all of these things. Maybe you decide to only prep one item and that's fine. Instead, you can see this as a guide.
So just a quick one. I see we've got someone who's been this Chris guy. Hey, Riffs by Chris. How's it going, mate? You've been here the whole time. I saw you here earlier, but you've not been listening. He says, hey guys, make sure to eat your high estrogen tofu. Bro, we've been through this like actually a few times, but I'll do it again just so everybody can make sure we get to the bottom of this. Tofu doesn't have estrogen in it. It has phytoestrogen. Do you know what does have estrogen? Animal products have estrogen because they come from mammals. They come from animals. So they actually have mammal estrogen. So that's what you're consuming with some animal products. Milk is one of them. Milk has estrogen. Tofu and soy has phytoestrogen. And I think it was like 15 years ago, maybe 20 years ago, the idea that soy makes you have more estrogen or makes you have less testosterone was completely debunked, like completely cast aside, cast into the fire, like the One Ring should have been, instead of what we ended up with 3 movies of trying to get the ring in the fire when he should have just done it. It was cast in the fire like that. Okay, there's no estrogen in soy. It's phytoestrogen, and it doesn't lower your testosterone, doesn't have that impact, doesn't have that effect on you whatsoever. But even if you disagree, actually, you don't want to eat the soy because you're scared of the phytoestrogens, don't eat the soy then. There's other stuff you can eat instead that doesn't have soy in it. There's animal-free options that don't have soy. I already said one of them, seitan. Or you could just simply go for a range of different legumes. You can make tofu, by the way. You can make tofu from lentils, and you can make tofu from chickpeas, I believe. So you don't even need to get tofu from soy if you don't want to. But you should, because there's nothing wrong with soy.
You cannot go wrong with a classic vinaigrette. It goes on most salads and bowls when you want a tangy kick. And for you asking about oil-free recipes, you can do this without oil by simply removing it and replace it with water. I've tried, however, it will not taste the same or have the same texture when mixed with salads. Good old tahini dressing works perfectly well with winter produce such as sweet potatoes, kale, roasted veggies, etc. So if you haven't tried tahini dressing yet, now is the time. A pro hack: if you have some leftover tahini dressing, you can always cook up some pasta and add in the dressing, let it simmer or get hot with the pasta, and the dressing will thicken up. The pasta will be delicious. And now we're gonna take care of that tempeh that was marinating this whole time. Scoop out the tempeh cubes onto a medium hot non-stick pan, and you can also save the marinade for later this week. It's nice to have like a flavorful add-on onto your meals. So yeah, just saute the tempeh until it becomes golden and nice and crispy. And you're always asking me about my containers. Like a Swede, I'm buying my containers on IKEA. Except for the dressing jars, they are from Amazon. Just search for Bali mouth jar, I think they're called, and you'll find them. And voila, here is all of our prepped components for the entire week. Doesn't it look beautiful? Just place them into your fridge until they are ready to be used.
I'm a pretty big guy, so that wouldn't last me. That would be like 2 days maybe for me. Probably some of you guys here too. But I guess if you're a slim woman, maybe that would last you for a whole week. We've all got our own requirements, haven't we? I saw someone asking earlier on, they said, I just came here for recipes, which is totally fine. This is one recipe. I recommend if you're looking for more recipes, you should totally sign up to challenge22.com. That's challenge22.com. It's all qualified volunteers. There's chefs there, there's nutritionists there, dietitians there, and they give you free recipes and free advice and free support for animal-free meals. And it's all 100% free because the only reason they do it is just to help people figure out how to eat a healthy animal-free diet and get you into that. That's all they're about. So it's always free. They never ask for anything from you, any money or anything like that. It's challenge22.com. And I'll answer a quick question from Yundering Fitness, who says, why does every vegan try to imitate meat so much? The tofu, the seitan, etc. It's okay. It's a good question. A lot of people ask that question. The reason is, mate, is because it's like, imagine if your favorite thing, just found out your favorite thing in the world, it causes violence to animals. You just found it out, okay? Just imagine your favorite thing to do in the world, and now you found out, oh my God, it's hurting animals. Or imagine if it's hurting people. Imagine you find out somewhere or another humans are getting hurt from this thing. Then you find something that's very, very similar to it, like really similar, but no one gets hurt, right? Now you understand why we as vegans go for things like seitan and tofu. It's because we don't stop enjoying meaty textures, meaty flavors, and things like that. We still like that. We just don't want anyone to get hurt for it. We don't want any animals to be, bred into farms in captivity and poked and prodded, violated and killed for the things that we really, really enjoy. We want to really enjoy stuff without all of that. So we just go for the stuff that is really similar or as close as we can get it. And that's why we're always trying to get it closer and closer, because we want it to be the same or similar, just without all of that nastiness. And we're getting pretty close now as well. And that's not to say, look, some of the things that we've created to come close to it, they're not really healthy. I'm not saying that it's all healthy. Some of these burgers, some of these pizzas that we make and different cheeses, they're not necessarily healthy. But then again, what burger is healthy? You know what I mean? People don't eat beef burgers for health, cheeseburgers for health. And so vegans, we also don't eat them for health. So we're kind of not that bothered if it ends up being super unhealthy. A lot of vegans, instead of going for kind of meat substitutes and things like that, they just go for this kind of food that this Alexandra's making instead, which is also really, really, really tasty. But obviously it's not really. It's got tempeh, which is that thing she was making that's kind of meaty. But yeah, so you got a lot of options, You can choose. Your health is in your hands, and it all depends on what you like. Some people just like this kind of stuff.
This is how I put together the meals throughout the week. Feel free to wing it or follow my lead. So for this hearty stuffed sweet potato, I'm using some broccoli and just chopping them up into smaller pieces because it's easier to eat. And I'm using one of the sweet potatoes and reheating it in the microwave. I'm also reheating the broccoli together with chickpeas. Then I'm stuffing the sweet potato with chickpeas and broccoli and drizzled the tahini dressing. Also added some pickled red onions on top, and oh my god, this was so good and hearty, therefore the name.
Looks pretty good. Like I said though, honestly, for me, that's a starter. I don't know. Maybe I'm overestimating my stomach size, but I feel like for me that would leave some space, right? I maybe need to do like 1.5, 2 of that to get full. But it looks damn good. I'll give
dressing.
It that.
Also added some pickled red onions on top, and oh my god, this was so good and hearty, therefore the name. Next up, I'm putting together a tempeh nourish bowl using the quinoa as a base, and again the roasted broccoli, the marinated tempeh, and also a little bit of the leftover tempeh marinade. I'm reheating that in the microwave, and then I'm adding all of the other toppings like.
That bowl needs to be filled up. It's not. Maybe we should, in the future, we're going to look at some of these recipes. I think we should, no offense to the ladies, but I think we're going to need to look at some recipes that are more suitable for a larger man's diet. Because these, to me, they make me hungry, but I feel like I would still be hungry after eating them. And I would be even more angry than before. I don't know is it worse, guys? Is it worse to be really, really hungry than eat not enough? Or is it better just to kind of stay hungry and then wait until you get enough? You know what I mean?
Cucumber, fresh parsley, some chopped up roasted bell pepper, and also the tahini dressing.
It looks good though.
This one is absolutely my favorite this week. So I'm using the rest of the quinoa, and bear in mind that I designed this meal plan to have leftovers for the next day. So you see 4 different meals, but in total you will have 8 servings. So in this salad, for example, I'm making a double batch. The vegan feta cheese is optional if you want it even healthier. And so, because I made a double batch, I'm adding half of this salad into a jar. That way I have a nice salad ready for tomorrow.
Oh, that was a double batch. See, that's what I was about to say was a more full bowl, but then she took half of it and stored it for later. Looks good though.
This salad bowl is as wintry as it gets, with all the winter produce like kale, which I'm just tearing apart because no one wants a big kale piece, and then I'm also adding some avocado and massaging the kale so that the kale is more soft. Besides all of the different meal plans in my app, you can also use the meal planner to stay ahead and structured throughout the week. The 5 Second Health app is for anyone looking to incorporate more plant-based meals. Recipes are designed for everyday cooking. It shouldn't be a hassle to eat healthy.
Cool. Nice. Tasty looking healthy meals. There you go, guys. You see, so it's not all about Bill Gates sponsored whatever it is, you know. This is just some healthy plant-based meals right there. This is by Alexandra Anderson with 2 S's in the second part, Swedish. Go and check this out. Winter meal prep to feel good, plant-based vegan 4 days, so you can learn a little bit more. You can get a few more recipes from that channel. I think they look really good and healthy. Just gonna have to kind of double the portions if you're a big guy like me. But very nice otherwise. Tasty looking meals. What's going on in the chat? Let's have a little look if there's anything interesting here. So we've got same guy from earlier on who was talking about he thinks that tofu has estrogen. We already told him that's wrong. He didn't believe us. He thinks that vegans did all the studies. Vegans at 1 to 2% of the world population, and we have enough scientists embedded in the research, nutrition research, to be able to fudge all the numbers. And no, the answer is no, of course not. Of course we don't have all that. Good fun. What else have we got here then? Some people were talking about they want to see the numbers. They want to see the statistics. I mean, this is a live stream where we do things that are, you know, interesting and entertaining and educational for people. Talking through statistics, I don't believe ticks any of those boxes. If you want statistics, you could literally, the easiest way for you to get statistics is just literally go Google. I mean, maybe I'll even do it. Let's have a look at it. Statistics about veganism. I mean, I don't know what kind of statistics you want. And animals. There's literally so many of them. It's up to you. It totally depends on what you want. But when I Google it, loads and loads of options come up. So, I'm not going to go reading through like pages and pages of statistics for you. But the statistics, all you really need to know is that globally, well, I'll give you one statistic. Globally, the meat industry is worth into $1 to $2 trillion, the meat industry globally. If you include fish, the animal industries, so the meat, dairy, egg, leather, and all different fur and all the other animal product industries, including fish, they kill around 1 to 3 trillion animals a year, which is obviously an insane number, absolutely wild. So obviously, that's, considering we're only a population of 8 billion people, that's absolutely insane. We grow enough plant food to feed many of those 3 trillion, like it's grown food to feed those animals, because there's a lot of fish in fish farms as well. So we're using the majority of our global land for animal agriculture, to either grow food for animals or to have animals on the land, whether they're in a barn or some kind of building, or whether they're outside on the land. So there's that as well. What other things? I don't know. It depends on what you would like to discuss, depending on what statistics that you would like to for me to pull up for you or say for you. But yeah, all I can see in the chat is, again, remember I said earlier on that if you're going to say I'm wrong, you have to explain why. Remember that? Otherwise, you don't have anything to say and you're just trolling, or that's pretty much it, basically. It's just when you don't have anything to say, you would say you're wrong or I disagree. I will say one more thing before we go on to the next reaction video, which we've got coming up, which is very interesting. This guy, Riffs by Chris, is saying in the comments, he just quoted Dr. Anthony Chaffee, who apparently has proven vegan studies are lies. Anthony Chaffee is 100% a charlatan. And that's not just me speaking as a vegan. There have been plenty of other doctors and researchers and professionals on social media who are not vegan. I mean, make that clear, who are not vegan, who completely denounce Anthony Chaffee as a charlatan and have repeatedly proven him to be a charlatan over and over and over again. A charlatan, by the way, is someone who claims they're an expert, claims to be a professional, and uses it to make money and to gain influence and make money. He has been proven over and over again to be that. He has claimed he has qualifications that he doesn't. And when it was proved that he didn't have these qualifications, he just quietly removed these qualifications from his website and from his YouTube. The things that he's claimed have been disproven by other doctors and other people who are in his own space. They've debated him and literally undermined practically everything he says and proved him wrong multiple times. I'm sorry if you've made him your guy, if he's your person you look up to, but unfortunately, that is literally his MO. He wants you to look up to him. He wants to be your savior for your health. So you'll buy his books, you'll buy his supplements, and so you'll give him the influence he needs so he can keep on making money from doing this. That's how these people operate. So you can take that or leave that. That's up to you. But I wouldn't look to someone like him for to be your number one source of information. He's been repeatedly debunked. I'm kind of getting into this a little bit now. One thing this Chris has just said here, he sells nothing. Anthony Chaffee sells nothing. Okay, let's have a look into that and let's see if he sells stuff, shall we? Let's go to his website. Give me a second, guys, just while I'm gonna go and prove this guy wrong. All right. Okay, let's go and have a look at what Anthony Chaffee sells. So I'm on his Instagram here. We have 30-Day Carnivore Challenge Group. Don't know what that is. We'll check it out. Stone and Spear Tallow Skincare. Oh, that's interesting. Is he selling? Oh, okay. So there you go. There's one thing he's selling. There you go. He has that because he's selling that. Vote for him. Oh, book a consultation with Dr. Chaffee. Is that free? Or is that going to be a paid consultation? Let's have a look. Oh, there you go. It's $300 for 1 hour with him. Sorry, what was that? He doesn't sell anything, was that? Sorry? Anthony Chaffee doesn't sell anything? What is this? Oh, would you look at that? Okay, it's a free copy of his ebook. And should we put money on whether or not this is going to just be a way to then make you book something else with him? Let's have a look. Oh, here we go. Access the weekly live calls. Chat with his weekly live calls. Access the school group. Wait, so is this all free? Is this all free? What is the cost? For 30 days, the cost is US $97. So he also charges for his 30-day carnivore challenge. And then what else after that? What about when the challenge is over? You're entitled to a 50% discount, which is valid for any month you choose. So even after the challenge, you have to keep on paying to be a part of his group. He's also selling these products, and he's also selling you $300 for an hour of his time. And that's only what we found here. I'm sure there's many, many more things he's selling. So I'm really sorry, Chris. I'm not trying to be a douchebag to you here, but you're clearly biased when it comes to this guy. And I'm trying to do you a favor here and point out that even if you disagree with me, even if you disagree with vegans, you should not be following this guy. This guy is a charlatan. He is trying to make money from you. He is a liar. I am not interested in your money. If you want to follow my channel, follow my channel. If you want to subscribe, subscribe. Don't ever send me a penny, and you will always be welcome in my community. You are always welcome here. Even though you are telling me, calling me names, blah, 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 whatever. You're welcome here as long as you don't start going crazy, insulting people, insulting me, and spamming and things like that. You won't get banned, because I'm more interested in changing the world for animals than I am trying to get money from you. All right? This guy won't even talk to you without you giving him money. And he is, as I told you, repeatedly lied multiple times. He lied about his qualifications. He's lied about the studies he cites. He cherry picks studies. He's been proven wrong over and over again. I will show you one thing, and because this is a long thing. We're not going to go watch this whole thing. But if you really want to see him get absolutely embarrassed by another doctor, you should go to watch this in full. This video at the top here, debate Dr. Matthew Nagra versus Dr. Anthony Chaffee on whether plants are trying to kill you. We're not going to watch this because it is 2.5 hours long of just study. But there are some very, very key moments of it where he gets absolutely blasted by Dr. Matthew Nagra. And it is embarrassing to see him not understanding the studies he's quoting. He's not understanding anything about what he's saying half the time. And he, like I said, he just wants money. And that's why he charges you to talk to him. Anyway, we're moving on from that because that's not what we came here to discuss. And we don't want to get sidetracked by somebody who's clearly, unfortunately, kind of seems to be obsessed with Dr. Chaffee. But it's a real shame because the guy has really, he's really done a number on people. He's like everyone in the nutrition world, eat vegan or not, are absolutely disgusted and sick of people like him who are just manipulating people into believing just absolutely wild claims about plants, about vegetables, claiming vegetables are out evil and out to kill you and all these types of things. And yeah, Benji's saying many grifters and scammers on the internet. You're absolutely right. There are many grifters and scammers on the internet. And he is an example of one that has been really successful at it. But yeah, you should totally dig deeper into that guy if you believe anything he says. All right. Let's have a look now. There's something going on in the UK. They just had a debate on whether vegan milk should be called milk. This is news in the UK currently. It's a big news story. So let's go and have a look at it. And I've not seen this yet. Let's see what's going on. What are they talking about? Why is this coming up as a debate?
Later, it's the papers and everything else we need to talk about. Find out which celebrity FaceTimes their spouse for 9 hours at a time when they're not in under the 2078. Broadly in line with the rise of so-called veganism. Milks have soared in popularity in recent years. Broadly in line with the rise of so-called veganism, they're now available on most supermarket shelves. But the Swedish plant-based company Oatly has been told, and I've had a bit of Oatly, they've been told they can't use the word milk in their marketing anymore after a long-running legal battle with the trade body for Britain's dairy industry. So it's always going to be Britain where the fighting starts. The company's well known for its oat milk, or should we now say oat drink? Some people, farmers want it to be called oat juice, interestingly. As the Court of Appeal has ruled, the term milk can only be used now to sell milk produced by animals. Is this the right decision? Is the game up? I think you think this is the right decision.
Oh, totally, yes.
You don't like calling things milk unless they're from an animal.
No, well, if you're going to drink milk, drink milk.
Okay, it's like coconut milk then? Is that are we going to strip the milk title from coconut milk? Coconut milk that's had the title for literally, I don't know, how many decades have we called coconut milk? But no, not now though, because this guy, he knows what's up, right?
If you don't want to drink milk, if you want something else, then have a different name for it. But it's,
But so oat milk is created from oats, and I know whether they tread on them or press them or whatever. Yes. But why can't you call it milk?
Well, because it's not milk.
Well, it looks like milk.
It's as simple as that. Well, it might look like milk, but, I look like I'm someone who knows what I'm talking about half the time. I do.
Well, that's definitely very self-aware and accurate for this conversation.
You can be mistaken.
So I've been dairy intolerant since the 1980s because I have Crohn's disease and had to switch from drinking milk to drinking, at the time there was only soya available, which tasted like grass.
I remember that.
But I would say that the word milk was really helpful because it tells you what it does. I think that's the point, is that whether you are going for an almond milk or an oat milk or a soya milk, you know, okay, and I'm calling them all milk because for me, that it's what I do with it.
Even though some you can drink and some you can't. So you can't drink the dairy milk.
No.
But you don't mind, but you'll drink soya milk or oat milk.
Because it's a replacement for where I would normally be having.
But for you, that could be dangerous mislabeling, because it's like labeling something as milk, and you think, well, hang on, I can't drink.
Honestly think people need to get a life over this. I mean, my Oatly in the fridge says, wow, no cow. And it kind of...
Wow, no cow.
Honestly,
like I say, I've had different types of oat milk, but I have had that type.
It's quite funny that the arguments from the dairy industry, this is how addicted to money they are, and it's how stupid they try to make out that you are. They think that when you go to the shop and you see oat milk, soy milk, rice milk, and cow's milk, they think that you as a consumer are just stood there, I don't know, like you're regressing to some kind of pre-Neanderthal human going, just ugh, 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 I can't figure out which one is which. Oh God, I just grab the oat milk thinking that it's dairy milk. They think that you're that stupid that that's something that you might do. And that's what they're trying to use to get the word milk taken off certain products legally. That's their defense. That's what they think of you. They think that low of you that you can't tell the difference between cow's milk, rice milk, hemp milk, soy milk, or oat milk. Absolutely insane. And you know, he's saying that, Jeremy Vine here is only saying that he's trying to play, you know, Steelman. He's trying to give their argument some time. And as she said right there, this is just ridiculous. And she's right, it is bloody ridiculous. The reason they really want to get milk stripped off the packaging for oat milk, for example, is because they know that it hurts their bottom line. They know that a lot of people now are getting disgusted by dairy, and so they're choosing an oat milk instead. And it's easy to choose oat milk. When you've got dairy milk, oat milk, and it's the same word, milk, people feel like, oh, yeah, cool, that's all right. But if it said oat juice or oat beverage, some people might not understand that it's a milk replacement. And that's why they want to do this. They want to do that because they want people to be a bit confused, just confused enough that they'll keep on buying the cow's milk so they can keep on making the billions.
I mean, look, I've got to show you a list here because we're going to have a little competition with Charlie, because Charlie feels even more strongly than Carrie about this. Those are 4 kinds of milk, and I say the words advisedly. The classic dairy would be semi-skimmed and full fat. And just before we do our quiz, I want you to have a look at this from Nigel Farage, who got upset in a hotel.
Of course you did.
So I'm in a smart hotel in London. I've got a cup of coffee. I want some milk. Let's have a look. We've got semi-skim. I don't like that. Oat milk. What on earth's that when it's at home? Almond milk. All I want's proper bloody milk, not left-wing options. Proper milk. What's wrong with me asking for that?
Oh my God.
Okay.
Left-wing options? What, so people who have a dairy intolerance are left-wing? Is that how it works? Like there's like a huge, I think it's, what is it now, a quarter or something? Like a quarter of people are dairy intolerant, as in they can't drink milk, it makes them sick. So they're all left-wing according to Nigel Farage. They're all left-wingers because they can't drink milk. So then, because they choose oat milk or almond milk, they're all left-wingers. And wait. So if someone looks at a dairy cow and they say, I think farmers putting their hands in that cow to get her pregnant so she'll keep making loads of milk, I think that's pretty disgusting. Actually, do you know what? I think drinking the milk of another animal, I'm not on board with it. I think it's disgusting. I'm not going to do it anymore. Automatically left-wing? Don't think so. It's a pretty normal opinion to hold if you're intolerant or if you disagree with the system, if you disagree with doing that to animals. It's a very normal reaction to have. It's totally okay to be disgusted by that and to say, no, I'm not into that. It doesn't make you left or right wing. It makes you a human being with a reasonable brain that works. I see someone called Carnal saying they'll never ever bring themselves to use the coconut milk argument that you did, David. It's disingenuous. Wait, what do you mean? Are you taking a dig at me though? Are you saying it's disingenuous to say, well, are we going to rebrand coconut milk? I don't think it is disingenuous because they just said that things that don't come from an animal shouldn't be called milk. That includes coconut milk. So I'm sorry, if you're saying I'm being disingenuous, I'd love to know how it's disingenuous to point that out, that there are other things that have the title milk that aren't animal milk. Is that just a fact? Let me know if I'm missing something.
So look, Ella will come in with this anonymized milk. I don't know what they are.
Oh,
These are in, this list here is in alphabetical order. Almond, full fat, oat, semi-skimmed. You've just got A, B, C, and D. I want you to tell me, first of all, can you see A? It's the one closest to me.
Is that okay?
The one closest to me, Charlie.
Yep, okay. I told you, I look like someone that I knew what I was talking about. I wasn't making it up.
Drink. Now, do you need to drink them all and then go back to them, or do you want to do them one at a time?
I'll try one at a time and then see how we get on.
Tell me then.
As a milk drinker, you're going to know the difference.
I think that's... should I say what I think that they are now?
Well, I don't know, so you tell me.
Okay, well, at first punt, I'll say that that's semi-skimmed.
You say that the semi-skimmed
If that's on your list, is
okay.
A. This is a first attempt. So I'll go for B now.
Before he does that, Colonel, my bad, I didn't get your comment. You say he's just confirmed now that he said they're being disingenuous for not mentioning coconut milk, not me being disingenuous for mentioning it. It's difficult. Sometimes I'm reading the comments. I thought your comment seemed interesting. I wanted to see if there was something I'd missed, but no, we're all good, mate. Thank you. Good point. They are being disingenuous for not pointing that out. You're right. Let's see now what he's get. I'm really curious to see if he's going to get this right or wrong. It's super interesting.
It's tense in here. It's like one of those darts contests.
Oh, that's disgusting. That's got to be. Now I don't know if it's.
Our fridge is
more like, and this is the issue. I think it's more likely to be almond. Because I think one of the issues why they're taken out with Oatly is Oatly does actually taste
well,
like milk.
Let's not sort of.
Okay, well,
said almond.
It's either oat or almond. I'll go with, but I'll take your advice and say almond.
So you're literally taking the advice of someone who hasn't tasted it. Do you think that's wise?
He's a pureblood.
So, okay.
I think that's full fat.
Okay, so B you say is almond.
Yep.
C, Charlie, you say is full fat.
And so this should be.
Well, let's check.
Should be oats. Might not be there.
That's oat. Yep. That's definitely oat. I'm getting the oats in there. Yep.
Carrie, do you have confidence that he's got it right?
I do actually. I think he has got it right.
Right. Charlie,
Let's see.
Lift cup A, please.
Which was this one?
That is semi-skimmed. You're right.
Yes.
Lift cup B.
Oh no.
Which you took Carrie's advice on.
Yes.
That is almond. Well done, Carrie.
Thank you very
the
much.
first
Yes,
person in
yes.
Britain who can taste things at distance. Charlie,
many
cup
talents,
C.
many talents.
You're right on that as well. You got them all right.
Yes.
Come on.
Here we go. Yes.
But
Now,
you
Fair
don't know
enough.
why. But you're obviously a milk connoisseur, so why don't you drink almond?
well, I'll move on to the wines, please. If that's is that next?
Fair enough, you got it right. I've seen them do this on here where they had a guy trying sausages. Did you guys see that? Maybe we'll go check that out after this. I won't spoil it.
I just like. I have semi-skimmed milk usually with tea, coffee, with cereal or whatever. So, but you can just taste. There are different just tastes. So full fat just tastes fuller, and then there was just a slight
but it's full
tang
of fat.
to the almond one. Yes, there was just something not quite right about that. It tasted quite off actually.
Well,
and then the oats was just very oaty.
Yeah, it does taste a bit off almond. Because I've had almond milk, and I remember thinking, and actually that's just the natural taste of it. Okay, should we stop?
These are all acquired tastes. This is the thing, right? So when I first quit drinking, for example, I've not been drinking in like 3-4 years. And when I first quit, I tried alcohol-free beer, and it was absolutely disgusting. It tasted like water with like a bit of, I don't even know, beer-flavored water. Absolutely disgusting. But then after about a month, 2 months, 3 months, I tried it again, and alcohol-free beer all of a sudden tasted more like beer. And then now years later, a lot of it just tastes like just beer. There's been some times where I've had a drink of it and I'm double checking the bottle. I'm like, is this really 0%? Really? No way. It tastes just like beer. There's no difference in my head. It's the same thing with milk. It's the same thing with cheese. It's the same thing with lots of these different things. After a while, you'd be trying some almond milk and all of a sudden you'll be like, hey, do you know what? That's actually pretty nice, you know? But the first time you drink it, you might think it's absolutely disgusting. The first time you drink other oat milk or, you know, you'll think it's disgusting because your taste buds are a certain way and they're used to cow's milk. A couple months later, you won't think it's disgusting anymore after drinking it, and you'll start to enjoy it, especially the more fatty milks like full fat oat milk, for example. It's really, really good. It's really creamy. Or to me it is. After many, many years without drinking cow's milk, it tastes really creamy and fatty. And so that's more like cow's milk, isn't it? It's more that vibe. It just takes time.
Calling the milk, that's the question. Annette is in Derbyshire. Firstly, well done to Charlie, eh, Annette?
Hello.
Hello. Do you drink oat milk, or do you drink the normal?
Yes, I make my own oat milk, actually. It's very quick and cheap and easy to make.
Fancy.
Tell me then, I know farmers want us to call it oat juice. Do you stamp on oats? How do you create it?
Well, from when I've looked at a dictionary meaning of milk, it doesn't just come from an animal, it's from plants as well. It's a substance that comes from a plant or animal. Yeah,
well, it may be somebody's wrong. That's that we've got to consider that. So you would call it oat milk, would you?
Yeah, because the point I wanted to make is that dairy is actually quite cruel. It's very cruel when you look at the calves that are being killed, and the whole system of the dairy industry is actually quite cruel.
Absolutely, yeah.
So I just wanted to make that point, really.
Yeah, I suppose the defence would be that the cow wouldn't be alive were it not for our need for its milk and its meat.
Yeah.
It's not
and the substances that are the estrogen that's in the milk.
Wait, let me just go back for a second. Wait. The counter argument to cows being violated and their babies being taken away and killed is, well, I mean, they wouldn't have been alive in the first place if we weren't using them for milk and meat. So, like, I need to just kind of put this out there. Like, let's take this away from animals and let's take it to a human context, right? Business owner, somewhere in the world where there's some nasty stuff that's still legal, right? But they own a business in the UK, and they're doing horrible things to humans. They exploit humans, pay them minimal salaries. They make them work stupid hours. People are dying. People are getting sick. And it's really horrendous, right? And let's imagine they've got some kind of system where they're breeding people. They're like, hey, you know, have more babies so we can use them here in this system. We want to keep having babies. And then in the UK, people are saying, hey, look, hey, no, this isn't cool. This is horrible. You're exploiting humans. And the business owner says, well, I mean, come on. If I wasn't exploiting them, yeah, they wouldn't exist in the first place. They wouldn't be having the babies. They're having the babies because I exploit them. I mean, isn't it better that they exist versus not exist? I mean, no, it's not better that they exist versus not exist. I think we've got this flaw in the way we see the world as humans. We seem to think that having babies, we see it as always good. Any birth, anywhere, it's a beautiful thing. It's new life. It's fantastic. It's amazing. But if we were looking at, say, somewhere where they still have slaves, would we say that a new life born as a slave would be a fantastic, beautiful, heartwarming thing? Or would we be incredibly sad about that? And wow, how horrible is it that that baby's born into a life of slavery? I think most of us would fall into the second category and say, wow, how sad is that? That baby, wouldn't it be great if we could have prevented that so that baby wasn't born into a life of suffering, right? And it's the same thing for these cows. They're born into a life of captivity and suffering. There's no beauty to their birth. There's no wonder and, oh, amazing. Oh, isn't it fantastic that this cow has been born? They're born into a life of suffering, abuse, and the life will be ended at a quarter of their lifespan in a slaughterhouse where they're terrified, smelling the blood, hearing all of the other cows being killed, sensing it, because cows are very, very, very sensitive. They can't speak and see like we can, but they can hear and smell very, very well. They're terrified. And that's how their life's going to end, at a quarter of their natural lifespan, after they were born in a dairy farm. what he just said isn't a defense of the dairy industry. It's one more reason to not fund the dairy industry. They shouldn't be born. They shouldn't be being born in the first place. And Jeremy did say it with a face kind of grimacing. It wasn't his argument. He was pulling a face and like, I guess the counter to that, but he doesn't believe that. Jeremy, you don't believe that, man. I'm looking at him here. I know he's not looking back, but he doesn't believe that. He can't believe that. I didn't get it from him that he believed that. And that's a good thing. He seems to be sympathetic, at least.
Meat.
Yeah.
It's not
And
very...
the substances that are the estrogen that's in the milk or the other hormones that's in milk is not actually good for humans either.
Charlie,
really,
you thinking of drifting towards oat?
Absolutely not. No, I quite like my milk. I like, I like how it tastes. Oat milk, it just doesn't do it for me.
Thanks, Annette. Judith?
Just completely dismissed everything she said about the horrors of the dairy industry, I see, though, which is, typical for someone who would rather blindly continue to live the way they're living rather than actually listen to what somebody has to say about the things. And the thing is, it's natural to get defensive. He's defensive, this guy. He's clearly defensive, the way he's laughing it off. And it's not, I don't punish people for that. I don't judge people for being defensive personally, because I've been defensive over lots of things too. I've been defensive over, when I wasn't vegan, I was defensive about this exact topic. I drank milk, I ate eggs. It was my mum who was telling me this stuff, and I was defensive as hell. I was a nightmare. So I don't blame other people for being defensive. But I opened my eyes eventually. And we've got to open our eyes. We've got to start to consider the perspective of the animals and face up to the horrors of these industries. And when we do that, when we open our eyes and when we face up to the reality, it becomes very, very difficult to continue supporting these industries. It became impossible for me, which is why I stopped supporting them. And for many, many vegans and many people who aren't vegan, by the way, lots and lots of people have stopped drinking milk because they don't agree with what they do to animals. They might still eat meat, they might still eat eggs, they're not vegans, but a lot of people are just disgusted by the dairy industry. And it's obvious why, as to why. You go and watch videos about it, go and watch what they do to the cows, go and see a video, go and just Google artificial insemination cows. And you can see these are not vegan channels. These are farmers who are showing the world what they do to cows and training people to do it. Have a look at that and imagine if that were... Just put yourself in the position of the cow. Imagine if that were you, or imagine if it were someone you cared about, or imagine if it were an animal you cared about, your dog, and just imagine what they must be going through and just empathize with them. It's absolutely horrific.
I like my milk. I like how it tastes. Oat milk, it just doesn't do it for me.
Thanks, Annette. Judith in North Yorkshire, hi.
Hello there.
Should we stop calling it oat milk and call it oat juice?
No. We've called coconut milk since time immemorial.
True.
Would that have to be renamed as well?
Yes.
I think everybody knows that these aren't dairy products. But as your colleague said, we know what they're used for. So if we're happy with coconut milk, I think we should be happy with oat milk or
Brilliant.
rice milk.
That's a brilliant bit of logic
nice
there.
one,
Thank
Judith.
you, Judith. After the break...
Judith smashing it. Reasonable. And Annette smashing it. Annette and Judith. Who would have thought, huh? Just in the UK, two random people call in with just solid logic, just putting this to bed. Judith and Annette, you legends. Love that. Love that. Very nice. All right, I see. Before we move on to the next reaction video we've got, I'll conclude on that one first of all. Yeah, no, we shouldn't be calling milk oat milk juice. It's fine to call oat milk, and cow's milk, and rice milk, and etc., etc., etc. People are not stupid. They know the difference. The dairy industry needs to stop trying to manipulate people, stop trying to manipulate the market. It's not going to help them as much as they think it is. And the reason they do this, these are acts of desperation, by the way. This is a massive act of desperation. And I hope that even as a non-vegan, it doesn't matter if you're a vegan or not. Don't let these industries try to act like you're an idiot. Don't let these industries manipulate you and manipulate the market like this, all right? You're better than that. Don't let them do that. This is not a vegan thing. This is a society-wide thing. These businesses, these industries shouldn't be allowed to make those kinds of decisions like that and push for things to be renamed just because they don't like it, because they want to make more money. All right, I saw someone complaining earlier saying that they're not getting an answer to their questions. Shaz Gaming. Okay, well, let me try and find your question, Shaz, because you're saying that no one's answering you. So first question was, what does it change? And the second question, what does it change, though, with the lives of the cows? What does what change, Shaz? You're asking if eating an animal-free diet, what does it change? Is that what you're asking? I'll assume that's what you're asking. So how does you meaning anyone in the chat, by the way, how does you changing what you eat and how you live impact the lives of animals? That's the question. So when you go to the shop and you're going to say Christmas is coming up, right? And let's imagine there's a toy company and they've released this new toy and it's like, okay, we're going to test the market with this new toy. And if it works, we're going to invest a lot more money in toys in that same series. And if it doesn't work, we're going to switch to something else, right? So they release the toy. The Christmas shoppers go insane for it. They buy loads of it. So then what happens? The business goes, great, invest billions into a range of that same toy. So what happens? More toys get produced. That's how it works. If they release it and everyone goes, nah, I'm all right, they don't invest more money in it, they don't produce more toys. This also counts for the meat industry, the dairy industry, the egg industry, all animal products. You go to the shop, you buy a piece of meat. You're telling that meat company, great, they want that meat. So what do? Kill more animals and invest more in killing more animals to get more of that product onto the shelf. Same goes for eggs, same goes for dairy. If all of a sudden everyone says, hey, do you know what? No, we're not into dairy anymore. Dairy's disgusting. We want to buy oat milk. The dairy industry now sees that, oh my God, dairy sales are going lower and lower and lower. So then they start to say, right, how can we fix that? And if they can't fix that, if they can't find a way to keep their sales up, then they say, right, they start buying less milk from the farms, or they stop producing as much milk on their farms because they're going to have to throw it away. It's a waste of money. What does that mean? They breed less cows, which means less cows in that industry. Eventually, if people stop drinking milk altogether, they will stop breeding cows altogether, because why would they keep on breeding cows and milking cows if nobody is buying the milk from those cows? Same thing as the meat industry. Why would they keep on breeding chickens, pigs, and cows if people don't want to eat the meat from those animals anymore? They won't. It's simple as that. But as long as you keep on giving money to the supermarket, that money goes to them. They say, great, more money's here, breed more cows. The money's still flowing. They still want the milk. They still want the meat. They still want the eggs. Keep the production going. Keep killing the animals. Keep violating the animals. We need to put more products on the shelves, and they'll keep investing. How do we make this faster? How do we make this more efficient? How do we get more animals onto the shelves quicker so that we can sell more? Because people want it. There's a big demand. So let's just keep this going, invest more and more, billions and billions. But if it goes the other way, people start buying less of those products. They won't invest. They say, oh, no, don't invest in that. People aren't buying it anymore. And meat companies, a lot of meat companies have been investing in animal-free meat and animal-free milk. In fact, Alpro, which is a massive animal-free milk company, is owned by a dairy company because they see that that's where the market has been shifting. So the meat companies and the milk companies are buying vegan companies because that's where a lot of the money is and a lot of the demand is right now. So if it continues that way, if more and more people like you opt to take those options or just don't give them any money whatsoever for any of their products, then they have to look into other things. They have to go where the demand goes, where the market goes. They won't just keep on violating and killing animals if people don't want those products anymore. That's why you would decide to change. That's the impact you're having on the lives of animals. If your point is that, okay, the meat is already dead, the animal's already been milked, I understand why you would say that. But the problem is what I've just said. It's not about the animal that was already killed or the animal that was already milked and killed. It's about the next animal that's going to be milked, that's going to be killed because you bought that product at the supermarket. Because they see that there's demand, your money's there. I hope that explains it for you. And thank you for asking the question. It's a good question, and I'm open to answering these questions. I hope you're open to listen to, and I hope you're open to listening to my answers too. And again, let me just reiterate, you're welcome to stay here. Everyone who's in the chat right now, as long as you're not abusing anybody or being silly and trolling or spamming or anything like that, you're all welcome to stay. The only reason we kick people out is if they're here to cause problems or just here to troll and spam. And if it goes too far, then we unfortunately got to kick you out. Otherwise, you're so welcome here. I'm happy that a lot of you are questioning veganism and questioning the animal-free diet. It's a good thing. It's what we're here for, to have conversations. All right, let me go through a couple donations. Dial J for Josh. Thank you so much for your tip, mate. It says, hi, David. I saw some videos of self-proclaimed vegans who eat honey. They have their own hives and take great care of the bees and make sure that none of them are hurt or killed while extracting the honey. Thoughts on buying honey from ethical beekeepers? Well, the thing is, these people most likely bought the bees in the first place, didn't they? They didn't just appear one day, did they? And so there's a problem there in that buying and trading animals it's exploiting animals, isn't it? You wouldn't buy and trade people. We don't buy and trade people because that's slave trade. We shouldn't buy and trade animals either. They're not things to be bought and sold, right? So I would have an issue with them buying the bees in the first place because I think that's a big problem that we have with animals, that we think we can just buy and sell them like property. In terms of taking the honey, at the end of the day, to be totally honest with you, Josh, it's not at the top of my priorities list. If somebody has some bees in their garden and they take honey from those bees without hurting or killing any bees or causing them any problem, I can't guarantee. I don't believe them that they're not causing the bees any problem whatsoever. But let's imagine in a vacuum, we live in this perfect world where we guarantee 100% the bees come every year. They chill, they get some honey, maybe it's dripping out of the thing. They don't even touch any of the bees, don't even touch the hive, and they eat the honey. It's honestly, I don't really care about that so much. I mean, it's with what we've got to deal with in the world, with the horrors of the meat industry, the horrors of the dairy industry, the horrors of the egg industry and the leather and the fur industries. It's just, that to me is so mind-bogglingly bad that something like this is really just at the bottom of my priority list in what I would say and do. Like, I wouldn't protest these people. I wouldn't go and fight and argue with these people. I wouldn't cause a problem with these people. And I wouldn't recommend you do it either. It is something, if you're going to come to it at all to debate this, at the very, very last thing to focus on, in my opinion, when we have so many other things that are, in my opinion, so much more urgent and more important. So I hope that answers your question, Josh. But yeah, it's in short, it's not a massive priority for me right now. Mark J, thank you so much for the super chat, mate. Mark says, thank you, David. Thank you, Mark. Thanks for being here, bro. Brandon, how's it going, mate? I see you've been popping up. I spotted your donation. Don't worry, man. I saw it. I hope you're not in a rush or anything, but I was going to get to it. I promise you. I haven't missed you. It says, Brandon says, and thank you for the tip, mate. It's a big tip. I appreciate it. Brandon says, greetings from a gay vegan, a pretty isolating mix in Utah, USA. Thrilled to support you and always impressed by your work. You're a legend. Thank you, Brandon. That's very kind of you. And yeah, I imagine being a gay vegan can be a pretty isolating mix in some parts of the USA. I don't know, is Utah a particularly, I don't know, is Utah not a very, accepting area of the USA? I do not know. But yeah, I understand where you're coming from. But as far as I'm aware, there are a lot of gay vegan communities. I think there was even some on Instagram, some kind of gay vegan Facebook communities, gay vegan Instagram communities. So that's pretty cool. I've come across some in my time as well. But yeah, again, thank you for your support, mate. Appreciate it. And yeah, all the best over in Utah, USA. I don't know much about Utah, so I can't comment on that. Hope you're doing good over there, mate. Was there someone else popping up asking me to check the donations? Or was it just you, Brandon, before I move on? I saw someone else maybe. No, I think that's it, right? Also to talk about... Yes, okay, cool. V. Thomas has put, I thought this was the gay vegan group. Well, I mean, it is in a way. It can be. Everyone's welcome here. I don't care. I literally could not care less who you take to bed at night. I'm happy you're all here. So sure, this can be the gay vegan group. It can be the gay non-vegan group. It can be the, I was going to give a load of examples. Everyone's welcome here is my point. Everyone, literally, as long as you don't bully people in the chat and spam and all that kind of stuff. Simon says we're all gay for David. That's very kind of you, Simon. Appreciate that, mate. All right. Well, one thing I want to talk about, actually, we've got another couple of things to take a look at and respond to. One coming up is going to be about Joe Rogan and Elon Musk, so stay tuned for that. That'll be a spicy one. And Earthling Ed's video, we're going to have a look at Earthling Ed's video about that and what they've been saying and what he thinks about it. But before we get to that, I want to talk to you about something that I really hope that we can all come together on here and agree whether we are vegan, not vegan, vegetarian, pescatarian, someone who's reducing, someone who is only buying from certain types of farms, someone who buys from all types of farms, wherever you are on your, I don't know, in your life with regards to how you see animals and where you're at. This is something I hope we can all agree on, okay? I want to talk to you a little bit about this man here. His name's Captain Paul Watson. You guys might know him. Some of you may know him in the USA because of his TV show that he did with his old group, Sea Shepherd. Okay, so he goes out there for decades and decades, for like 50 years. He's been going out onto the seas and stopping illegal whaling operations. So what I mean by that is there are groups of people that go out and they kill whales and they kill fish and they kill loads of sea life illegally, okay, against the law. But it's not enforced. No one's been enforcing it, or they've not been enforcing it hard enough. Captain Paul Watson and his team in Sea Shepherd, and then now his team in the Captain Paul Watson Foundation, they've been going out and physically getting in the way of these people and stopping them from killing all of these animals illegally. It's been, amazing what he's been doing for the last 50 years. He's risked his life multiple times. He's been arrested. So many things have happened to him, yet he's still going now at the ripe old age of 74 years old, guys, 74 years old, and he's still been going hard. He's been going so hard and still fighting for all of these animals that currently he's in jail. He's currently being detained in Denmark. Now, let me show you why this is, right? He is currently in Denmark, detained, arrested by the Danish police in Greenland, related to an arrest warrant issued in Japan, okay? Because of his anti-whaling campaigns that he did in the Antarctic over a decade ago. So the Japanese government has wanted him arrested for 10 years, and they finally got him arrested. Now, the situation is this. They have currently got him in jail. And let me just check the date. I believe the 19th of this month, they're going to make a decision on whether or not they're going to send him to Japan. If they send him to Japan, if they extradite him, which means they give him to the Japanese police, they give him to the Japanese government, most people who are paying attention to this don't think that he's going to make it out alive. One, because of his age, because he's 74 years old and he's not a spring chicken anymore. But more importantly, because the Japanese government have been after this guy for a very long time and he has caused some significant issues for them and their operations, illegal operations, let me say. So it's December 18th. On December 18th, they're going to decide whether or not they give him over to Japan. He is a US citizen, detained in Denmark, and they're going to send him, potentially let Japan have him to do whatever the hell they want with him, put him in a Japanese prison, and who knows what they'll do to him, okay? So what I need your help with, guys, and what, more importantly, what Captain Paul Watson needs your help with, it doesn't matter at this point if you agree with me, veganism, animal-free diets, all these things, because we can all come together and agree that this is wrong. It is wrong to send a 75-year-old man who has only stood against illegal fishing and illegal poaching his whole life, and he's gone out there and tried to fight for what is right, And they're going to try and send him and give him over to a foreign government, one that is notorious for the kind of violence and criminality they have in their prison system, and notorious for how they treat Westerners in these systems, by the way. They cannot give him over. They cannot give a 74-year-old man over to that. I don't think he'll make it out alive. So first things first, guys, I need your help with this. Get over there and sign this petition. That's one thing you can do. I've put that link there. Another thing you can do, okay, which is also, this would be incredible if you could do this, guys. So I'm going to put this email address in here for you. All right, and this is super, super easy for everybody to do. Please go and do this right now. So there's the email address, all right? Copy that email address there that I've just put in, and just send this sample text here. I'm just going to give you this text here. Send them this email. I can't put in here, actually. Give me a second. Let's try and get this in here in a way that's going to work. So basically, I'll read this email out to you. I'll tell you what, I'll read this out to you. You just type something like this, okay, to that email address. I'll put, first of all, the guy's name. It'd be great if we could all do this, guys. I know it's asking a little bit of you while we're doing the stream, but we're going to get back to the reactions and stuff soon, but do this for me, okay? This is really important. So start the email with this. I put it in the chat there. Dear Mr. Hummelgaard. And then here's the rest of the email, okay? Denmark has a proud history of upholding human rights and justice. Now is the time to stand on the right side of protecting the environment and free Captain Paul Watson. This has gone on too long, and Captain Watson is innocent. All right? So something along those lines. Just tell them that he is innocent, Captain Watson is innocent, and you should release him. You need to release this man. He does not deserve to be sent to Japan, okay? Something along those lines. It doesn't matter if it's shorter than that. It doesn't matter if it's longer than that, okay? I'll put it in the chat. There you go. You can copy and paste that, okay? And send that to them. Please, and sign the petition as well. Other things you could do if you want to go the next level, you could always call them. I don't know if any of you are based in Denmark. You could call that number, and that'll get you through to them. All right? And one more thing you could also do, okay, you can write to him in prison. You can send him a letter in prison, because he's in actual prison right now for trying to stop illegal actions over the last 50 years. They've jailed him. They jailed the guy who was trying to stop all of this, trying to stand in the way of all of this. It's crazy. So, let me just get you this way you can contact him. If you want to send him like a letter in prison, and you can send it to that address there. All right, a letter of support. All right, so petition, do the petition, send an email, call them if you could, send a letter. Please do all of it if you can, or just do one of it. That's absolutely fine. As I said, this is beyond personal opinions on veganism, animal rights. This is beyond whether you disagree with me or whatever it is. We should all be able to come together and unite in agreeing that what's happening to Paul Watson is wrong, is absolutely wrong. He does not deserve to be sent to a Japanese prison where he'll likely not make it out alive. He deserves to be freed, and he deserves to be able to go on with his amazing work that he's been doing on the seas. So thank you, everybody, for supporting with that. And thank you, obviously, to Captain Paul Watson, an incredible guy. He's done so much over these last 50 years. Thank you, Mish, who says Mish says she sent the email. He sent the email. Sorry, Mish, I don't know if you're a guy or a girl. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. I hope everybody does that. All right. Shall we jump back into some reactions? Well, let's take a look at this one now about this one about Joe Rogan and Elon Musk. Let's do that. So,
it is so.
Well, before I do that, let's answer this question that I'm being asked by Bob. Aren't animals safer and better off in captivity? Free food, medical care, lower mortality rates, etc. They wouldn't, no, because they wouldn't exist, Bob. I understand why you would think that they would be better off. I suppose if you're talking about, is an animal better off in the wild versus in captivity? Sure, maybe. I don't know. You possibly have an idea there. Some people would argue that it's better that animals have their own bodily autonomy so that they can be free, and freedom comes with a cost of a risk of, not being able to eat and a lower mortality rate, etc. But that's not the case for the animals in farms. The animals in farms have never been wild and would never be wild. In fact, they would never exist if the farmer didn't breed them. So your question doesn't really count for the farming system and animal agriculture because they're not picking animals from the forests. They're just literally forcing them to breed, usually by forcing them to become pregnant with artificial insemination so that there can be billions and billions of them in these farms and slaughterhouses. So no, I don't believe you're doing animals a favor by breeding them into captivity to kill them as babies or violate their bodies, then kill them as babies. But thank you for the question. It's a very common question, actually. I'm not judging you. A lot of people ask this question, but there's the answer. So cheers for that. Right, let's take a look at this video then.
It is so frustrating and so demoralizing that there is genuinely amazing scientific literature out there that has been carried out and conducted by some of the brightest and most intellectual climate scientists on the planet, and yet it can be easily disregarded by people who have no formal training or education in this matter. And I'm just so annoyed that we live in a world where people would rather listen to Joe Rogan than actual scientific literature. So Elon Musk was recently on the Joe Rogan podcast, and between them, they managed to do something genuinely quite impressive.
The animals are not going to make any difference to global warming. They can none.
No, it's
zero.
horseshit.
Suppose zero is nothing.
Now, by this point, we know that both are woefully uninformed and just flat out wrong when it comes to animal farming and veganism. But what's actually impressive is just how much misinformation they were able to produce in only a couple of minutes. However, before we dive any further into this
Sorry.
Now, let's check out that clip from Joe and Elon.
People dismiss this whole carnivore diet thing because in our heads, there's a lot of propagandists that put this thing out there that animal agriculture is the #1 contributor to global warming.
Yeah, it's rubbish. It's
bullshit.
not true. Bullshit.
It's hot bullshit.
It doesn't matter.
Not only is it hot bullshit,
Irrelevant.
but the real problem is factory farming. Regenerative farming is carbon neutral if it doesn't sequester carbon.
The animals are not going to make any difference to global.
So, I know Earthling Ed's probably going to get into this, but this idea that regenerative farming is the answer to all of our problems is completely ridiculous. But look, I'll go with it, right? Let's imagine they're right. Let's imagine that 100% that this whole regenerative farming idea is actually going to be fantastic, and all these carnivore people are right, and it's all, oh my God, regenerative farming is the way. Okay, then, if the whole world switched to regenerative farming, people would still have to massively reduce the amount of animal products they eat, because the only reason people can afford to eat the amount of animal products they're eating is because factory farming makes it so cheap through the subsidization, but also through the just sheer volume of animals that they violate and kill, and how they do it in such concentrated ways. That's part of the reason with the subsidization that people can even afford to eat as many animal products as they eat. If the entire world switched to regenerative agriculture, regenerative animal farming, that would no longer be the case. These two both want that because they see that as the opposite of factory farming, right? Because then they see the animal welfare would be higher, they think. The environmental issues would be dealt with. But when we remove the subsidization from it, which it should be, right, and the fact that it would be a lot less animals being bred and killed because of the nature of the system, that would mean the prices of all animal products would go a lot higher, and also the availability of animal products would be a lot lower. So that would then mean that you'd have to have significant cuts to the amount of animal products you eat. And neither of them would want that. Neither of them would agree with that. And actually, a majority of the public would be probably quite annoyed about that. So, I mean, but this is steel manning them anyway. This is pretending that regenerative agriculture is the best option for all the animals and for the environment. It isn't. But even if it were, it would result in a world that most people wouldn't want anyway. But it would be a better world than we have now. So, let them push for that, I guess. I mean, You know what I mean? I mean, if that's if we end up in a world where animal products are less available or more expensive and significantly less animals are being bred into these systems, violated and killed, well, okay, well, that's a better place to start than the one we're at now. But there is obviously the other option, isn't there? There is the other option of just not doing any of this and switching to a plant-based food system, an animal-free food system, which is something that we could do and should do. It would be better than all of the systems that are being discussed here.
Warming. Like none.
No, it's
zero.
horseshit.
Suppose zero is nothing.
Do you think that that's just propaganda because of people that have a vested interest in like plant-based meat products and things along those lines, green energy?
I think it's part of it. You're generally going to get people pushing to avoid meat. Like some people just, maybe they've got a financial interest. Maybe they're just like vegetarians or vegans or whatever.
Ideological
reasons. But it's not going to make any difference to global warming or, the CO2 concentration in the atmosphere, really, if people eat fewer steaks. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. I want to just be super clear about that.
Yeah.
Will not matter. You will not even be able to measure it. Okay, that's how irrelevant it is.
Isn't it funny that's
unmeasurable?
That's
irrelevant.
A heretic speaking. Like that's crazy talk now. Nowadays, it's like you have to say that we have to eat less meat.
No,
that meat is bad.
We totally eat as much meat as you want. It's not going to make a difference.
Sing it. Tell the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And if somebody says it does make a difference, I'm like, how will you measure it? And if you can't even measure it, then it's bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Literally, I won't be able to measure it.
Well, there's so much bullshit out there.
I did warn you. I mean, who needs regenerative agriculture? We can just fertilize all of the farmland with the BS that they produce instead. So let's start with the obvious contradiction at play. Elon says that animal farming being bad for the planet is just BS. And Joe says that it's been pushed by propagandists. But Joe also says that factory farming is a problem. But factory farming produces 99% of all the animal products in the US. So factory farming is bad, but animal farming being bad is BS and is just being pushed by propagandists. Plus, it's funny that Elon says that you can't measure the emissions from animal farming, but Joe says that regenerative agriculture is carbon neutral. How can you measure if a farm is carbon neutral if you can't measure the emissions produced by animal farming?
That's a really good point. I actually totally missed that they said that. Elon did say that. He said you can't measure the emissions, but we know that regenerative farming is carbon neutral. Yeah. So which is it then? That's actually a really good point. Yeah. Good analytical brain Earthling Ed has on his shoulders. I totally missed that one.
If animal farming has zero impact, then what's the environmental problem with factory farming? Joe and Elon are actually contradicting one another. They're putting forward different arguments that actually invalidate one another's arguments. Plus, the claim made by most vegans and most importantly by the climate science community is not that animal farming is the #1 source of greenhouse gas emissions globally. That is just simply a straw man argument. Animal farming is the biggest driver of land use, deforestation, habitat loss, and biodiversity loss, and it is one of the biggest sources of greenhouse gas emissions. However, interestingly, animal farming is the single biggest source of greenhouse gas emissions in places like New Zealand, Ireland, Brazil, and Argentina, and agriculture globally is the #1 source of methane, with animal agriculture making up the vast majority of those methane emissions. Methane actually has a higher global warming potential than carbon dioxide, and what this means is that per equivalent mass, methane actually traps more heat. To put this into perspective, only carbon dioxide has contributed more to global warming than methane. So agriculture is the single biggest source of a greenhouse gas, which has been the second most significant contributor to global warming so far. But animal farming doesn't have any impact. And then Joe shows that he has no idea what he's talking about when it comes to regenerative farming either, because he claims that regenerative agriculture is carbon neutral when it doesn't sequester carbon.
Regenerative farming is carbon neutral if it doesn't sequester carbon.
Look, I get that this stuff is pretty confusing, and I'm not going to chastise someone because they don't necessarily understand it, especially when it's as complex as some of these conversations are. But Joe is spreading this misinformation to millions of people and speaking like he's an authority or at the very least knowledgeable on this matter, when he clearly is not.
The problem is with Joe Rogan is he is literally just a podcaster, and he just has conversations with people, and he's quite honest about how he's not really an expert in anything apart from comedy and fighting. They're the two things that he speaks quite confidently about, that he's like, yeah, I know my stuff here. On everything else, he's quite He just repeats the things he's heard from other people he sees as experts. But the problem is that people listen to Joe Rogan and they think he is just the one-stop shop for every piece of information that you need to get. The issue is he's never put himself forward as that, though, but people just think that. Like, that's the same as it's the TV situation. It's, when people watch TV, it's very dangerous because people tend to believe everything they see on TV, or at least they used to. And then the internet was the same problem as well. People just believe everything they see on the internet. And now it's Joe Rogan. People believe everything they hear on Joe Rogan. I don't know if it's exactly Joe Rogan's fault that people just hang on his every single word. He is just generally a guy who's just trying to have chats and conversations with people, and then he says stuff that he thinks. And I kind of disagree with Ed, I suppose, here, that I don't think Joe Rogan puts himself forward as an authority, but I do agree that he is really irresponsible with his powerful position of influence. I don't think he fully realizes how influential he is. And but then if he did realize how influential he is, he wouldn't be able to have conversations with people anymore because he'd have to be really careful and tiptoeing around and not be able to fully express himself. So it's kind of difficult, So yeah, that's kind of like the Joe Rogan paradox, I suppose, in a way. But yeah, obviously he's completely wrong on everything that he was saying here.
Talking about climate science when you don't understand it is like trying to be a comedian when you're not funny. Just don't do it, Joe. And importantly, the science does not show that grazing animals is carbon neutral. In fact, actually extensively reared animals can produce more methane than intensively reared animals. This can be because of their diet and also because they tend to live longer because they don't grow as fast. Now, some of the emissions produced by these animals can be offset if carbon, for example, is sequestered in the soil that they graze on. But this depends on a variety of factors, including the soil itself, the amount of land being grazed on, and the existing carbon levels of the soil. Now, this is especially important because pasturelands and grazed areas of land, well, they're not endless carbon sinks. At a certain point, they reach something called soil carbon equilibrium. This essentially means that the carbon being sequestered is being matched by the carbon being released from the soils. And when that happens, that means that no offsetting is taking place. An extensive and detailed review called Grazed and Confused looked at over 300 sources. It was carried out by an international team of academics and scientists, including those from some of the most highly regarded and respected agricultural institutions in the world. And they analysed the claims made by advocates of regenerative farming. In the conclusion, they stated, at an aggregate level, the emissions generated by these grazing systems still outweigh the removals, and even assuming improvements in productivity, they simply cannot supply us with all the animal protein we currently eat. They are even less able to provide us with the quantities of meat and milk that our growing and increasingly more affluent population apparently wants to consume.
That's what I was trying to get at earlier. If this was the case, if the whole world wants to switch over to, or at least a lot of people seem to want to switch over to regenerative farming, then this is the things they're going to run into. They're going to have to eat significantly less animal products, and it's going to be significantly more expensive. So it's not exactly a bad thing. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I think that's good. If you want to switch over to this farming system, it's better than the one that's currently, when animals are concerned, it's better than the one that's currently in place. Still not. It's not an animal rights position, though, because it doesn't give animals the world that they deserve, where we don't breed them and do these things to them anymore, of course. But if people are eating significantly less of them and their products, significantly less violations of them and violating their bodies, and significantly less killing, then obviously it's a step in the right direction.
Expansion in overall numbers would cause catastrophic land use change and other environmental damage. This is especially the case if one adopts a very pure definition of a grazing system, the sort that grazing advocates tend to portray. Now, this is especially important because Joe doesn't just advocate for people to swap the animal products they currently consume from factory farm systems to extensively farmed systems, which in and of itself would cause catastrophic land use change and damage. Now, Joe goes a step further because he advocates often for a carnivore diet. He mentions it in that clip, which means that Joe believes that we should be getting even more calories from animal products. So let me put this into perspective. According to the most comprehensive analysis conducted to date exploring farming and the environment, less than 20% of the calories consumed globally are from animal products. This would mean that if we were to eat a carnivore diet, we would need to increase the amount of calories that come from animal products by over 5 times. But already about 36% of the world's total habitable landmass is used for animal farming alone.
I was telling you that earlier, remember?
But it gets even better because this is all based on scaling up our current animal farming system, which is predominantly an intensive farming system. But remember, Joe doesn't want that. No, Joe wants an extensive, regeneratively farmed system where we're all eating regeneratively farmed beef, which by some estimates requires 2.5 times more land than intensively farmed beef. Oh, and also bear in mind that by the year 2050, it's estimated that we could be eating 88% more ruminant meat than we were in 2010. This is because by 2050, there will probably be about another 2 billion people on the planet compared to 2010, and also, as well as that, per capita meat consumption is rising. So not only would we need to almost double the amount of farmland being used for ruminant meat production just to meet that increase, but on top of that, Joe thinks that we should be consuming more calories from red meat, and he also thinks that all of those calories should be coming from extensive so-called regenerative farming systems. Look, it doesn't take a genius to work out that just simply does not work. Why are we reducing the carbon storage potential of land by grazing animals who are net contributors, when instead we can remove animals from those areas of farmland and maximize the carbon storage potential of that land instead, and as a consequence, increase biodiversity? This is just completely nonsensical. And the absolute irony of calling this regenerative farming. The word regenerative means to regenerate, to restore, to replace, to bring back. But if you have to deforest and destroy, if you have to cut down trees and remove habitats and kill biodiversity and increase the rates of species extinction just to create enough land to graze animals, you cannot claim that that's regenerative. That is the opposite of regenerative. So where's all this land coming from then? And for them to sit there and say unironically that the negative information about animal farming is BS and being spread by propagandists. Who are the propagandists in this conversation? The people citing the most comprehensive scientific literature that has been done to date, or the contrarians who think that they're incredibly intelligent because their opinion contradicts the scientific literature? It is so frustrating and so demoralizing that there is genuinely amazing scientific literature out there that has been carried out and conducted by some of the brightest and most intellectual climate scientists on the planet, and yet it can be easily disregarded by people who have no formal training or education in this matter. And I'm just so annoyed that we live in a world where people would rather listen to Joe Rogan than actual scientific literature. Doesn't that?
The problem is that people would rather listen to Joe Rogan and Elon Musk because they're larger than life personalities. Joe Rogan is a UFC commentator who became super famous for hosting that show. What's it called? What's the show called Joe Rogan used to host from back in the day? I didn't watch it because it was a very American show, but it was where people did stuff that they were scared of, like climbing things or, you know, challenges and things like that. So he was in the host of that. I think that was his first thing. Also comedy stuff, Fear Factor. Thank you, Boy Red. Fear Factor, and then the comedy stuff, and then the fighting. And the guy's a fighter himself, and his UFC stuff. Massively respected by all these fighters. So, you know, he's a very cool guy. He is kind of like, I don't know, the epitome of the masculine alpha male type, you know, character or archetype or whatever. And you've got Elon Musk, who is the richest man on earth, I think, maybe, or it's Jeff Bezos, whatever. One of the richest men on earth. Builds rockets. He's literally a rocket scientist. He builds rockets for a living. He wants to go to the Mars. He's landing rockets in a thing that catches the rocket. He's on Twitter and he talks to people like a regular guy, even though he's a billionaire with, you know, like you can go into space and stuff. You know what I mean? It's like you got these two guys, both larger than life, both massively successful in kind of the most traditionally masculine ways possible, that loads and loads, especially men, absolutely love these guys because of who they are, right? And they're saying stuff on a podcast. And so, of course, millions and millions of men, especially men, listen to them. And then look at climate scientists. I'm not saying that it should be this way. I'm not defending Elon. I'm not defending Rogan. But have you seen your average climate scientist, guys? Have you seen your average climate activist? There's nothing wrong with looking the way they look. There's nothing wrong with looking, I don't know what to say, like, I don't know, being slim or skinny, not going to the gym, not being super muscular. There's nothing wrong with having blue hair or purple hair or whatever. There's nothing wrong with these things. But clearly, Joe Rogan and Elon Musk are going to appeal to a significant amount more regular bros, men, than a climate scientist is. And, someone just pointed out there that Greta Thunberg is probably the most well-known climate-related kind of activist or whatever. And yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't like her for various reasons. She's only really popular within the climate movement itself and people empathetic to it. She's not popular outside of that. Whereas Rogan and Elon are extremely famous and popular to a lot more people than I would say Greta is. And their reach is a lot wider for these things, the reasons I've been mentioning here, especially for men. That's why, it doesn't make Elon and Joe Rogan right. This is the problem. Someone looking cool or seeming cool doesn't mean they're right. And we need to definitely get that through our heads, right? Everyone in the world needs to get that through our heads. I fall for it too. Sometimes I see someone saying stuff and I'm like, oh, they seem really cool. They seem my kind of vibe. It does make you believe them more. But then you look into what they're saying and you're like, wait a minute, I'm glad I looked into this because this guy's talking complete nonsense, It also happens, I suppose, with a lot of men and women too. They're more likely to listen to someone and not challenge someone they think is attractive. There's a thing called hot privilege. Have you heard of that? Hot privilege, where basically if you're good looking, you're more likely to get jobs, you're more likely to get promotions, you're more likely to be successful in life. Not because you're better or you have more knowledgeable or you're more skilled, but because you are just more physically attractive, you'll have more doors open up to you. We are susceptible to these things. So this is kind of what's going on with Rogan and Musk, except it's not hot privilege. It's like cool privilege. It's reputation they've built. That's the privilege they've got there. Whereas, as I said, the climate scientists, the Greta Thunbergs of the world, they don't quite have that in the same way at all, right? So that's kind of what your challenge is. That's what you're facing. And this is the way of the world. I mean, don't come after me. I see a couple people, with a couple critical comments here. Hey, I didn't make the rules, all right? I'm just telling you why people listen to Rogan and Musk more than they might listen to some climate scientists. Because people aren't moved emotionally by science. A lot of people, anyway. People are moved emotionally by the masculine guy who, beats people up, or the person they think is a super billionaire genius who's like the real life Iron Man or whatever it is. That's what they're moved by, unfortunately. So I guess the solution would be, we do what we can do. Ed does what he does. I do what I do. We try and get some word out there, but it's never going to be enough to just make videos like this and just comment on how they're wrong. People who are in those big positions with millions of followers who are maybe kind of like Rogan or kind of like Musk, those guys need to start to step up and challenge Rogan and Musk to their audiences, and be the counter to that. There are tons of people out there. There are tons of celebrities, tons of big names out there who could maybe just, start a podcast or start some kind of YouTube channel or something and start to, speak the other side. Currently, I don't think there really are that many at that level, which is a real shame. But, who knows? As time goes on, maybe some really influential people would start to go, toe to toe on this kind of thing and make the climate science cool and broy for everybody in the way that Rogan does with his stuff. I don't know.
That just showcased to us perfectly what is wrong with the current information landscape. So let's turn our attention to Elon, because when Elon says that animal farming has zero impact, is he saying that animal farming doesn't cause deforestation and habitat loss? Is he saying that the number one driver of deforestation in South America is not cattle ranching? Is he saying that manure and fertilizers used on farms don't run off and cause nitrogen pollution and eutrophication or ammonia and air pollution? Is he saying that these animals don't produce methane? Or is he saying that methane has zero climate impact? I mean, we can visually see deforestation. We can visually see manure going into rivers and streams. And even though it may contradict what Elon has to say, we can measure greenhouse gas emissions and we can measure methane. We do. So I'm not really sure what Elon is saying. And I'm especially not sure how he's trying to substantiate what it is that he's saying. Now, it really irks me when people who don't know what they're talking about believe themselves to be more knowledgeable and informed than people who dedicate their entire life's work, education, and careers on these very issues. For example, if you needed open heart surgery performing on you, would you go to a heart surgeon or a UFC commentator? Or if you needed to hire a rocket scientist, would you hire a rocket scientist or would you hire a graphic designer? And
so I want to bring some nuance to this, because I don't think it's fair to say, oh, if you needed heart surgery, would you rather hire a heart surgeon or Joe Rogan? Because the problem is Joe Rogan has never put himself forward as any kind of heart surgeon. I feel like this is acting like Rogan has labeled himself an expert. He has never labeled himself an expert. The problem with Rogan, again, is that he just talks to people, but people take him super, super seriously as if he is some kind of expert. But the thing is, that's their problem. Like, the public is the one with the issue, not Joe Rogan, I feel. Even though maybe Joe Rogan is being irresponsible with his influence, but then he never asked for that, you know what I mean? So it is tricky. I understand what Ed's saying here, but it is a tricky kind of balance there. It's like, it's hard to blame somebody who just talks for a living, getting things wrong. Yeah, they get things wrong. Okay, he gets things wrong, fine. But it's not like he's getting it wrong. I mean, you'd have to accuse him of getting it wrong on purpose and claiming he's an expert to try and manipulate people. I don't know if Joe Rogan's doing that. That's all I'll say. I'm not sure. I think it's more like that he just doesn't understand what he's saying. I mean, Gene's saying he's a paid shill. He could also be getting paid to say the things he's saying. I mean, I'm not saying that's impossible, but it's either he's getting paid to say it or he just doesn't know what he's talking about and he's confident in that he doesn't know what he's talking about. But either way, he is not a qualified professional and he has never said he's qualified to speak on these things. He's just having a conversation most of the time. He's just speaking his mind, which we should all be able to do, I think. But yeah, you know, when you've got millions of people listening, I suppose you got to be more careful with that. And that's the point, isn't it?
Guess what? Elon has hired rocket scientists because he needs experts in rocket science for SpaceX. So if you want to build rockets, you turn to rocket scientists. And if you want to learn climate science, you turn to climate scientists. So why then, when it comes to climate science, do people think that they are more knowledgeable than experts who are as dedicated and as knowledgeable about climate science as rocket scientists are about rocket science? Elon is not a climate scientist, and he certainly is not an expert when it comes to animal farming and veganism. I mean, Elon wasn't even one of the original founders of Tesla. He is a businessman who hires experts and scientists. But people think that because he's the face of Tesla, that somehow means that he's an authority in all things science and therefore knows more about climate science than actual climate scientists. And so faced with all of the peer-reviewed evidence, meta-analyses and research being conducted and published by the most highly respected, credible and acclaimed institutions, organizations and academics in the world, how can Joe and Elon rationalize to themselves that all of this mountain of evidence is wrong, but they know what the real truth is?
Do you think that that's just propaganda because of people that have a vested interest in like plant-based meat products?
So I will quickly say something here before we listen to Rogan. I'll just rewind that. How are they going against all of the information and the data and everything? And why do they think that they are better and they know better? It's because in some cases over the past couple of years, there have been people who have spoken up against mainstream science and the mainstream system, and they've been right. And this is the problem. They have been correct. I'm not going to get into that. That's opening up a whole can of worms, all right? All I'll say is, from the past 5 years or so, there have been reports that have come out that have admitted that a lot of the things that happened over the last 5 years were actually done incorrectly in some specific topics that we're not going to touch. And a lot of the people who were pointing these things out that were fired and, you know, kicked out of their families and all these different things, a lot of them were actually right. And now this is officially government reports coming out showing that a lot of the things people were saying were actually right and they got it wrong. Okay? So with that being the case, and this was like the biggest thing to happen in the last 5 years, all right? We all know what we're talking about. I'm not delving too deep into it, all right? Look into it yourselves. Don't shout at me for saying this. I'm just telling you the news, all right? So people like Joe Rogan were also saying things about this over the past 5 years. Elon Musk was saying things about this the last 5 years too. Now, the problem is, though, is that when you were right about something that was a huge deal that the government was wrong on, it gives you the impression that, oh, okay, then I might be right on loads of other things. But it's more likely that you're wrong than right when it comes to the science on like the established scientific views. Maybe there's the odd thing that has had some manipulation and some political input and some fine, but it's likely the case that most of the time it's not that. And when it comes to the climate science that they're talking about here, when it comes to the regenerative farming that we're talking about and how it's actually still very inefficient and would still not work as a system. And when we talk about factory farming and when we talk about animal farming in general and the environmental impact of that, even if you don't believe in global warming, imagine you don't believe in that, fine. Pollution, land use, water use, all skyrocketing through the roof, right? That's just a fact, all right? When we're talking about the plant-based diet, animal-free diets, and that they can be healthy, we have enough evidence of that. So these things, I think we can safely establish to be true, and we already have established them through multiple studies, multiple research. These things are not rushed through, like rushed research and just jump into conclusions. That these things, this is like decades and decades of research that we're talking about here, right? Versus what happened over the last 5 years, where there was little to no research and decisions were made, and the government went fully behind certain decisions and said, we know what we're talking about, do as you're told. And then people were like, well, wait a minute. Some people said, no, I don't think you do know what you're talking about. They were shut down, kicked off social media, blah, blah, blah. Rogan being one of them, Musk being another one of them. And then now it turns out they were right. So when that happens, yeah, I mean, people are going to question the narrative, and they're going to question probably all narratives. And you can't blame them for questioning the narrative. But in this case, they're wrong. This is a narrative that they're questioning that they are wrong on. And they might be right on other things. There might be other things that Musk and Rogan bring up or that Rogan brings up on his podcast and brings other people on. There might be loads of stuff that they're right on, that where they question the mainstream narrative and it turns out that actually they're right and the mainstream science is wrong. It can happen. But in this case, I highly doubt. In fact, I'm pretty much 95% sure that what Ed is saying is right and that they are wrong.
Do you think that that's just propaganda because of people that have a vested interest in like plant-based meat products and things along those lines, green energy?
I think it's part of it. Yeah, maybe they've got a financial interest. Maybe they're just like vegetarians or vegans or whatever.
Ideological
reasons.
Yes, that's right. All of the scientific evidence being produced all over the world.
It's just us.
Well, it's actually just propaganda being spearheaded by plant-based meat companies. What a tired and lazy argument. Because no, of course it's not the meat, dairy, and egg industries. Those tiny little innocent industries that have never done any wrong. Of course it's not them. I mean, look, they may be worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Look, they
Trillions.
may have staggering amounts of political and financial resources at their disposal. Sure. Of course they may engage in nefarious and insidious lobbying to our politicians and governments. Sure. But no. It's not the meat, dairy, and egg industries. It's not as if they have a track record of manipulating people, of funding BS science, pseudoscience, and disseminating this disinformation around. It's not as if there is a very clear and obvious trail of breadcrumbs that should lead us to the obvious conclusion that it is the meat, dairy, and egg industries that are the ones with these hidden agendas trying to warp the information landscape, trying to disrupt scientific literature and spread doubt to maintain the status quo. What a crazy idea it would be to come to the conclusion that it's the meat, dairy, and egg industries that we should look on with a skeptical eye. Because on the one hand, well, these plant-based companies, they're doomed to fail, aren't they? Have you seen the stock value for some of these companies? Nobody buys them anymore. They're losing money. They're in a terrible financial situation. Look, they're doomed to fail. But on the other hand, well, these plant-based companies, they are nefarious masterminds. Can't you see that they've orchestrated a global plot to spread propaganda to try and convince us to consume their products?
It's interesting. We are this amazing movement, the vegan movement, the animal-free living people, right? Animal-free diets, animal-free lifestyles. We are a lot of things, like it's saying here. We are both failing. This movement is failing. Our products are all failing, but we also have enough money to influence studies and influence the media and influence everything, and to take down the meat and dairy and egg industries. So our systems that we are in is both failing and succeeding at the same time. We've got other stuff like, oh yeah, they kind of, if vegans are simultaneously really skinny and weak, but also we're simultaneously obese and fat because of all the oils that we eat. Because a lot of people will claim that, oh, vegans only eat like seed oils and seed oils make you fat and or whatever. But then we're also really weak and skinny. So that's another thing that we are. We're both of those. There's plenty more examples of the interesting kind of opposites that people accuse vegans of being. And this was a funny one, actually. It's a really good point. And it does really undermine what Joe Rogan and Elon Musk are saying and believe.
I mean, again, when I said this is a tired and lazy argument, that's because it is so tired and so lazy and requires us to turn off any critical thinking. Are we seriously living in a world where people think that plant-based meat companies have more power than the actual meat industry? And to hear that this supposed misinformation is being spread by people who have ideological motivations is just so ironic and frustrating. And let me say this as a vegan, right? I wish that animal farming wasn't bad for the environment. I wish that it wasn't bad for our health. I wish that it didn't cause antibiotic-resistant bacteria. I wish that it didn't cause the spread of bird flu and swine flu viruses, which could cause the next pandemic. And of course, I wish that the farming of animals was not unethical. Why would I wish for these things to be true? Of course, I would rather live in a world where the mainstream, the status quo, the dominant paradigm is the perfect one, is the great one with zero problems. Why would I want to live in a world where the majority of people are engaging in something that is deeply unethical and causes all of these problems? It just makes no sense. So when we think about people who are motivated by an ideological agenda, well, perhaps our attention should be turned to the people who have consumed meat their entire lives, who want to fulfill the status quo and will ignore the consensus of scientific literature because they are so desperate not to change and so desperate just to find a morsel of a rationalization that they can then use to convince themselves that they don't need to change. So
I think he's pretty much right on what he said there. I mean, at the end of the day, I've said it earlier in the stream as well, that it's okay to be defensive. I don't blame people for being defensive when it comes to this. I mean, at the end of the day, it's people questioning the way that we all live, questioning your lifestyle choices, and maybe making you more aware of the way that your choices impact animals. And that's never going to feel good. And it's always going to feel like you're being attacked. And I get that. I've been there. I've felt the attack too. But it's not an attack. And it's not about attacking you as an individual. It's about trying to defend animals and create a better world for animals. And it doesn't feel like that. And I get it doesn't feel like that. It feels like, no, I'm being personally attacked. My rights to eat meat are being taken from me, and I have the right to make my own choice, and you're not going to tell me otherwise. And I get why it feels like that. But it's not that at all. And I think that even though Elon Musk and Joe Rogan are very rich and very successful and very famous, it's not like they don't also feel like that. They do feel like that. They both feel like they should have the right to eat meat, the right to eat animals, the right to eat animal products and do whatever they want. They feel like people are trying to tell them that they can't do that. It's not what people are saying. People are saying, look at how the things you do impact animals. And in this case, look at how the things you do impact our planet. But they feel attacked. So then they come out and they try to debunk it and try to undermine the things they've been told, the things they've heard, with really simplistic arguments and really irrational thoughts and irrational points, like was pointed out in this video, because they're defensive, not because they're really thinking about it, not because they really have got into this and they're like, yeah, okay. No, because they're defensive. And instead of reading into it in a reasonable way, they've tried to read into all of the reasons and all of the things that mean that they might just be able to carry on living that way without feeling guilty, ignoring all of the actual really strong evidence that they're wrong, and instead going for weaker evidence that they just might be right. But it's what people do when they're defensive. This is important to be aware of that, guys, when you're being defensive, and to try and not let that take over and get in the way of finding out the truth. I saw an interesting question earlier on from DJ Ara, who said, is libertarianism in direct conflict with veganism because it's fundamentally selfish perspective, which is completely human-centric? No, actually, no. Libertarianism is not in conflict with veganism because libertarian has the principle of non-violence as part of it. I think, or the do no harm principle. And that can and does, for a lot of libertarians, extends to animals as well. There are vegan libertarians because of the principle of do no harm. So they do believe in full liberty and they are against government intervention, but only full liberty so much as it doesn't impede on somebody else's liberty. And I know vegan libertarians who extend that to animals and who challenge other libertarians to also extend that to animals. Otherwise, that they are or is it, sorry, otherwise they claim that actually they're not actually living in alignment with libertarian values if they are harming animals. Because then you ask, okay, if you only apply your libertarianism to other humans, then you need to point out why humans are deserving of protection and liberty, but animals aren't. What is the difference between them that makes that the way it is, right? And basically, then you're into a conversation about, I don't know, this whole animals don't have souls and things like that. But again, then we just go back to what we discussed earlier, where we discussed how if we do have souls and we have reason and they don't have souls and they don't have reason, that's all the more reason to protect them and show them respect, because if they're below us, then that means we have a responsibility for their care, not a responsibility to exploit them because they're below us, right? So it all ties in. But yeah, so libertarian, I know vegan libertarians, and yeah, you should go share this. Why I think I know at least two, I suppose, who actually just call themselves straight up libertarian vegans. One of them is Johnny Hoddle. You can go and chat with him on Twitter if you want. He's over on Twitter at Johnny Hoddle, and he's a libertarian vegan. So there you go. Cool. So I'm checking the chat. Oh, John and Julia. Hey, JP and Julia, thank you for the tip, guys. Just saying hi. Great job, David. Love to you and Annie. Apologies it took me so long to get to that, JP Julia. It was like about an hour ago. Must have been before we started the Earthling Ed video. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. And I'm Caroline. Or just Caroline, I'll call you because anyway, Caroline. You asked me earlier, didn't you, about the situation with Tash Peterson and what happened there. I'll briefly answer you. So basically, guys, for those who don't know, a lot of you probably have heard of Vegan Booty, Tash Peterson. If you haven't, she's an activist, an animal rights activist who goes out and does quite confrontational, I suppose you could call it adversarial activism, gets very loud, gets in people's spaces, I suppose, and gets in some pretty heated arguments with people. And the other day, she was assaulted twice in one day. They threw something at the back of her head. They threw a drink at the back of her head. And then when she was eating in a restaurant, in a vegan restaurant, someone came in and threw another drink at her. And then her partner came outside to kind of help with what was going on or whatever, and a guy punched him in the head and he had to go to hospital because he had some issues with his vision because this guy sucker punched him. Sucker punch basically just, when he wasn't expecting it, like from the back. Really horrible situation. Yeah, what do I think about it? I think it's incredibly sad. I think it's incredibly sad, and at the end of the day, people get the impression that if you hear words you don't like, or if somebody is verbally aggressive, like Tash can be very verbally aggressive, all right, and sometimes resorts to insults and things like that. It doesn't give you the green light to throw something at somebody if they insult you. If they call you a name, or I don't know, they really just don't like what you feel like the person's really verbally aggressive, not physically, just very verbally aggressive. Yeah, people feel like they can physically intervene and throw something at you or something. The thing is, Tash is never physically aggressive with people. You can always walk away, So if she says something to you and you're offended, just walk away. Don't throw things at her, and don't sucker punch a guy in the face. Just walk away. It's a free world, and that's the beauty of it, that if I walk and someone's in the street and they're saying some horrible things, I can stand there and I can argue with them maybe, but why would I punch them or throw something at? I can just leave. Right? So it's that simple. I see someone's put in the comments, talk like a man, gets hit like a man. Interesting. I wonder if you would agree with that if you were in a place and you were sharing your opinion in public and a bigger man didn't like your opinion and beat the crap out of you because of it. Would you still believe that then? Would you, well, you spoke like a man, so you deserve to get your ass beat. No, that's not a world that we live in. Fortunately, for most places, there are laws against that. You can't just beat the crap out of someone or throw something at someone or punch someone in the head because they said words related to animals. It's not even like they were being racist or something, which would be more understandable, or being, I don't know, saying something really deep and meaningful or really, really hurtful. It's like, no, they just go out there and they just try to defend animals. And sometimes it gets heated and sometimes insults are thrown around, but it doesn't mean that you throw things at them and punch them in their head. And if you like that, if that's something that you're like, I'm happy they got punched in the head. Well, let me tell you this. I really, really hope someone doesn't punch you in the head for sharing your opinion. I really hope that never happens to you. I really hope that no one ever throws something at you, an object at you, anything at you because you shared your opinion. Even if I disagree with you, even if you're saying something horrible, I still hope that nobody punches you in the head or throws things at you for sharing your opinion. That's it. So, so I would hope that you would give that same respect to people you disagree with. So, but yeah, that's my thoughts on that, Caroline. Thank you again for the super chat. Do you want to take a look at some vegan drama? You excited for some vegan drama? Maybe we can do something food first. No, do you know what? Let's do some vegan drama. So here we have some vegan drama. This is a video by an activist over in the UK that I haven't seen yet. This video yet. I think I've seen a little bit of it, but not all of it. Vegan causes drama. Police called. This is by John ARA. Relatively new to YouTube. 366 subscribers. Guys, go check him out. And apparently someone came out and called the police on him. Should we find out why they called the police on him? Was it justified?
Right then, so let's get rid of it then.
You just have to take my word for it.
No,
Yeah.
I'll wait for the police to get here.
No, that's fine, you wait for the police then, yeah.
Yeah.
Would you consider not funding the industry now? And...
Well, yeah, after watching that.
Good, good.
Hi mate.
Oh yeah.
How you doing?
You're manager?
Yeah.
Hi mate,
Okay.
how's it going? Yeah. Yeah, you?
Yeah, not bad.
I just want to let people know, I'm not trying to cause a disturbance or anything. Just want to let people know what they're funding when they buy pork. So.
Yeah, okay, but you're not allowed to stand here, mate, unfortunately.
Okay.
So yeah, if you want to, feel free to stand off the property or what have you, but yeah.
Okay.
Not allowed to stand here. All right.
Yep, I'll take what you said on board, but yeah, I'm not going to leave. I think people need to know about this.
Okay, I get that, but you're on private property, unfortunately. I get if you were stood in the middle of a road or anything like that, then it's public property, but you're on private property as well.
Okay.
So you don't want to move?
No, I'm not going to go.
Okay. Do you want to give this to
I mean, did you know about this?
look, I'm not going to get involved in the conversation.
Yeah, but you are involved if you're part of selling it, aren't you?
Yeah.
And you should, you know, you care about Sainsbury's image and stuff like that. You're a manager, aren't you? So.
Absolutely. I'm
Yeah.
a store manager.
So you should care about stuff like this, mate.
Look, people have got their own opinions. That's up to them.
Well, it's not really much of an opinion, is it, about torturing animals? And no one's for that, are they?
No, but it's
when they go in and buy the product, they don't know what they're funding. That's the problem.
Yeah,
which is why I'm here. Right.
Okay.
That's interesting that he said he was going to call the police, and then he was like, I mean, if there's any problems, call the police. It's like, that's interesting. It's interesting that they actually don't want the hassle, and in the end, he's probably not that bothered about you standing there, which is pretty cool. Surprised about that. I thought that would be. I thought they were literally just going to get the police to come and remove him from there.
I'm not going to be disruptive.
No. Yeah, but
literally just informing people.
Yeah, if you're not asking to, when I'm asking you to leave, and you're not doing.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand
that.
that.
Is disruptive in a sense.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Well, the police would have to make that decision, wouldn't they?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, okay.
It is shocking. I'm going to warn you, obviously. It's just, it burns them. It's carbon dioxide, right? So it burns them.
So what he's showing this guy is clip from a gas chamber. You may not have known this. A lot of people don't know this, by the way. Most people don't know this. That the way they kill pigs for pork is they use gas chambers. And people have got this idea in their heads, if they do know about the gas chamber, they've got this idea in their head that it's a very peaceful and calming experience for the pigs, that they just go to sleep and that's it. They go to sleep. It's a wonderful thing. The reality is that is absolutely not the case. And over the past 5 years or so, they've been able to get cameras. Activists have gotten cameras inside these gas chambers, and they've proven that this is not what's happening, that they are actually suffering and screaming to death because it's CO2 gas that they're using, high concentration CO2 gas. To give you an idea of how it would feel, have you ever opened up a bottle of a fizzy drink, like Coca-Cola, Fanta, and you know that thing where you can, when you first open it, you can kind of squeeze some of the air, right, and breathe it or smell it? They squeeze and smell it, and it burns your nose, burns your throat. Like if it goes in your mouth, it burns. That's CO2 that's coming off of the fizzy drink, right? Well, CO2 is one of the gases that's coming off. Probably the only gas. I don't know if it's the only one. But anyway, CO2 gas, and it burns your nose, right? Imagine that, but a whole room and really high concentration. It gets in your eyes, it gets in your nose, it goes down your throat, it even burns your lungs. That's what he's showing, this guy here. He's showing a video of that and the pig screaming. And yeah, it's absolutely horrendous. And you can hear the screaming from the video. And there's part of the video.
Can you hear the noise? Yeah, nor can I. Which is why I'm here, right? Something else, isn't it? Yeah.
So who buys these pigs?
Most people, unfortunately.
What? All the
Sainsbury's, Waitrose, Audi, M&S.
Really?
It's 90%, yeah. Yeah.
I can't believe that.
I know.
It's shocking.
Yeah. I didn't believe it when I first heard it either.
Yeah.
I had to go and check for myself. I didn't believe it.
I honestly thought they were humanely.
Yeah,
put
that's
down.
what we're told, right?
What a way to do it.
Yeah, right. It's because it's quick, and well, not quick for them, but in the grand terms of like killing them, it's quick. You can put 6 of them in a cage at a time, and that's going around constantly. You can kill a few thousand a day. Whereas if someone's got to grab each individual pig and stun them individually, obviously it takes a lot longer. Would you consider not funding the industry now?
Well, yeah. Well, after watching that.
Good. Can you imagine if we were doing it to beautiful dogs?
Exactly.
Can you imagine the riots? There'd be riots, wouldn't there?
Yeah, there would.
Yeah, because
to be fair to you, there would.
Because it's pigs.
But any sort of animal, if you do that to animals, it's not a far step to doing it to people.
No, yeah, exactly.
And
Well,
we
they
know
used
that
to
from
do
the
it to people,
past.
right? Yeah, we thought we got rid of gas chambers, didn't we? Yeah.
Unfortunately
Unfortunately not. Anyway, well, thanks for watching, mate. I appreciate it because a lot of people aren't interested and they don't want to watch it. So.
Guy was a nice guy, wasn't he? It was good. It's nice to see that people react so honestly after seeing something like that, because, like I've said, it can be, people get defensive. You know, being told like, hey, this is where bacon and sausages come from. Look at this, it's a gas chamber. This is where the pigs are killed for the bacon and sausages. Some people might get angry and kind of go, screw you, man. I don't believe you. You're a liar, and get angry at the messenger. So it is nice when people are very honest and say, hey, do you know what? I don't think I want to support this anymore. Because that's a very normal reaction to have from somebody who is genuine and actually listening, paying attention, and is honest with themselves, you know?
Do they? No, they don't. And they don't put it on the packets either when you go and buy it. That's the problem, right?
Oh, well done, mate.
This is the problem.
Fair play to you for standing up for it.
Thank you, thank you.
It shouldn't happen.
No.
Not in this country.
No. Do you fund it?
No, but I would. I won't buy any of their stuff.
Well, look, it's...
I've complained to Sainsbury's.
Have you?
Several times. I said, this is not acceptable in a British supermarket.
What did you complain about exactly?
Selling halal meat.
Oh no, this isn't halal.
Oh, is
this is obviously I'm against that.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm against all of it.
Oh right. I thought you were against the halal.
No, this is standard practice. This is gas chambers for pigs.
What?
Yeah. 90%. I'm not kidding. Cranswick Country Foods, they supply Sainsbury's.
Well, I mean, I don't buy
So if
meat.
you buy,
I don't buy meat from Sainsbury's.
okay.
I buy it from my local butcher.
Okay,
so
I mean, obviously I'm against that as well.
I know, but I do know where the animals
Yeah.
are. They're dealt with in a country, and they're dealt with what I would call in a humane manner.
Yeah. That word though, it gets thrown around a lot, doesn't it?
Does,
That.
but you know what I mean?
What do you think that means? What is a humane killing? Could you describe that to me? Bearing in mind that word means compassion and benevolence.
No, not humane. I just that they perhaps make it as quick as possible.
Yeah.
So that the animal is not in a position.
Yeah.
So she came to him. She wanted to say that she was against halal meat, and the way they kill in halal is they don't stun the animal. They just take the animal and they just slit their throat. And for her, that's wrong. It's 100% wrong. But she didn't know that the non-halal way to kill pigs is gassing them to death. She didn't know that. Now, I imagine that a lot of people are upset about halal, especially in the UK and in the West, because it's linked with religion. It's linked with a religion that a lot of people in the West maybe don't understand, don't like. So they hear about this what they consider to be a very violent way of killing, halal killing, and that's the scapegoat. That's the thing they're really upset about. That's really bad. But they never actually look into the way of killing that isn't halal, because if she did, she would know that they use gas chambers for pigs. If she did know the other ways, she'd know that to kill cows, they'll shoot them in their head and slit their throat. A lot of people don't realize that is the way to kill most animals, is to slit their throats. The only difference between halal and non-halal is in halal, they don't do anything before slitting the throat. In the non-halal way, they do stuff to them before slitting their throat, but they're still slitting their throats. So if you know what I mean? So people, when they talk about halal, they slit those poor animals' throats. Well, they do that. They do that anyway. They do that in all ways of killing animals. That is the way to kill an animal. What they do with chickens, they dunk them in electrified water, and then they slit their throat. They shoot cows in the head to knock them unconscious with a bolt gun. Then they slit their throat. With pigs, they kill them in gas chambers or knock them out in gas chambers after 30 seconds to 3 minutes of suffering, screaming, then slit their throats. And if they don't do that with a pig, they will electrocute them in their head, electrify their heads, the temple here, to knock them out, and then slit their throat. Throat slitting is a necessity in the industries that kill animals, the animal industries.
Yeah. But unfortunately, that's not the case for 90% of pigs.
What I mean is they're not in a long procession of discomfort.
Do you think it would be humane to take your life?
If I was in the country.
No, but there's ifs there, isn't there? What I'm saying is, if you have a preference to live, I'm not talking about the old people.
I think if it was me and I was in a situation, I'd want to end my life.
I'm not talking about like I'm not talking about euthanasia. Obviously, I support that for consenting people. I'm talking about taking someone's life.
No, I don't
yeah.
agree with that.
No, of course. But you're funding it. That's the problem.
It's a tricky one.
It is a tricky one, but there's an alternative. You can just live a vegan lifestyle and just not.
Could try.
Yeah.
I could give it a go.
It's about not viewing animals as resources, basically.
She's done.
That's it, exactly. Being against the exploitation of them, regardless of the methods. You know.
What? I might even give it a go.
Thank you. Just buy the plant-based versions. Simple as that. Thank you. Thanks for being open-minded.
It's a shame. She was very, very polite, but she was very, very done with that conversation the second he said, but you fund it. Because that was that moment for her. Up until that moment, it wasn't about her. It was about the situation of these animals. She was happy to have that discussion. The second he said, but you fund it, that's when she got defensive. And that's when she wanted to get the hell out of there. Which I don't blame her. Most people do. I've said this a few times. I didn't like these conversations either. My mum was vegan before me. She was trying to have these conversations with me. And when she bring it up, I'd be like, yeah, I'm out of here. Stop talking to me. You know? So I've been there too. I understand it. It's natural. It's a normal way to react. What you've got to hope is that even though she wanted to get the hell out of there, you got to hope that maybe at least she'll think about it later, hopefully. You know, I mean, at the end of the day, some people pop into this live chat here with me. You know, we have 100 people watching right now. And some of you guys might be also feeling a bit attacked, a bit defensive, a bit. And that's fine, you know, if you don't want to talk, or maybe if you're thinking I'm full of crap and you're thinking all this is BS, well, that's all right. But I hope that in the next couple of days that you'll rethink that and reconsider and go and do a bit of research. Maybe go watch some movies, go watch some films, documentaries, some videos, some undercover investigations of these places that we're talking about. And, you know, go and have go think about it a bit more. Like, go and check if there is a point to any of this. Right? You don't need to love me or listen to me right away, but I hope that this sends you on a path into discovering more about this. Something you could watch if that is where you want to go. If you want to go and do your own stuff and do your own thing, I highly recommend you watch a documentary on YouTube. It's for free, completely free, called Dominion. It's called Dominion. Go and watch that. I will quickly load it up for you. Give me a second and you can have a look. I'm not going to play it here, but I'm just going to show you what it looks like, all right? So if you're one of those people who isn't sure, you're thinking, okay, this guy's, you know, I'm not 100% sure, I'm vibing this guy or whatever it is, or you're new to all this and it's all a bit much, go and watch this documentary here. The top one, 5.3 million views, Dominion 2018, full documentary, official. Go and watch that. And then I would hope that the next time we speak, you would have seen that, and you could pop up in the chat and let me know. We could have a chat about it. That would be nice, wouldn't it? All right, let's get back to this video.
Standard practice in the UK is. It's a stunning process.
Yeah, my daughter's in animal management, so we're very much in tune with making sure we only buy products that are.
What, like humane? Humane.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
It's supposed to be a carnivore, but.
Yeah, I know. It's just like wherever you buy it from, they've still got to go through a slaughterhouse, haven't they? That's the problem. Yeah. So it's like, that's obviously I'd be against that as well, but. Yeah, most. You can't. The problem is when you buy pork, you can't really tell how they've died because they don't tell you in the supermarkets.
Right. Okay.
And the RSPCA put their stamp of approval on this, believe it or not. Have you ever heard of the RSPCA Assured scheme?
Yeah, that's what I rely on.
Yeah, I used to as well. They approved this.
But are they tortured or are they just?
Yeah. Do you want to watch the footage?
No, not particularly.
No. That sort of says everything, right?
But that is part of what my daughter's learning in her course. Because she's, like I said, she's a gunner and she works with a lot of animals, so that's why we tried to make sure. So I'll take that back to her and have a conversation.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, and look it up, look into it seriously.
Okay. I will. Thank you very much.
That's good. It's good that she engaged a little bit. Again, defensive, but people will be defensive when this happens. You know, they don't like to. Learning these things is tough. I'm not going to pretend it isn't. You know, I don't blame people for being a bit cagey and a bit, you know, I'm not sure about this guy kind of thing. It's understandable. It's tough. We're talking about tough things, you know.
Standard practice, mate. What do you think?
Well, I thought about it a long time ago.
Yeah.
And I don't buy normal pork. I only buy free range.
Right. Problem is, they still end up in gas chambers.
No, they don't.
They do, mate. I promise you.
I buy
If it's 90%, they have to be. There's a company called
Can you
Cran.
just let me out first
Yeah, okay.
before saying what you've
No,
got
that's
to
fine.
say?
That's fine. Yeah, go on. Go
Right,
ahead.
if you go to Rose Farm,
Yeah. Okay.
they're born and they're bred on site.
Yeah, yeah.
And slaughtered on site. No gas chamber.
Yeah, but that's not where you're always going to. And even so, they're still having their lives taken from them, aren't they?
Well, that's
aren't
not
they?
what you're saying. You've got this thing. So
Yeah, to generate a conversation. Yeah.
To a certain point, but
Yeah.
straight away you're saying to me.
Yeah, it's 90%.
No.
I'm not saying you can't buy pigs that
Well,
haven't been
they-
killed in
they-
gas chambers.
you're saying no.
I'm not. Otherwise, it would say 100%, wouldn't it?
Well, you said
Yeah.
that. You
Yeah.
said they're all.
Well,
gas.
pretty much. I mean, it's 90%, mate. You know, it's
Get
90%.
your facts right.
And you know, if they're shot in the head and have their head cut off, that's still taking their
not
lives.
gas, is it?
They're still having their lives taken from them.
They're humanely thing. That.
What's humane? What's humane about being shot in the head and having your head cut off?
What's so humane about it?
Mm.
Well, they're not gassed, are they?
No, but it's still not humane, is it, to have your life taken from you?
But
Is
you're
it?
stood there with that saying
I
gas.
know, mate. Yeah, I know.
But you're not
just
saying
to
about
inform
anything
people.
else. I'm sorry, mate. You're a hypocrite.
Have you heard about this before?
Yeah, that went south real quick. So the guy, from what I understood there, the guy arguing with him is annoyed because he actually heard about the gas chambers and he's against that. So he goes to a place where they kill the pigs on site. Now, obviously, the activist here, the vegan, is still against that because whether you're gassing a pig to death or you're slicing a pig's throat out, hitting them in the head and shooting them in the head, slicing their throat, it's bad. It's both bad. I mean, gassing them to death, you could argue, is worse. So that's why this guy went for what he considers to be the better option. Okay. An acknowledgement of that might have gone a long way to say, oh, it's good that you made a change for that. And then to ask him, why did you make a change? Why did you want to go for a more humane method in your eyes? And you might say, well, because I don't think it's right to torture animals. I'm against torturing animals. I wouldn't want to do that to a pig. Why? Well, because they're animals, you know, they don't deserve that. And then you could follow up with, well, I'm really glad to hear you say that. That's why, actually, for me, I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. And that's why, I choose not to support the gas chambers for pigs. I also don't want people to shoot them in the head and slit their throats as well, because for the same reasons that you made that decision. So I hope that in the future, you would also make the decision to give pigs so much respect that you just wouldn't eat them at all, right? And obviously, this is me speaking in hindsight. It's not easy to have this kind of conversation on the spot. Tensions are high, emotions are running. But the reason this guy was upset and defensive is because he felt the activist was judging him when he'd made a good decision already. He felt like he'd done something good, and he was being told, no, the thing you're doing is bad, and it made him angry. Which, again, understandable emotion. I've had it a lot of times where I felt like something I was doing was good. When I was vegetarian, I thought, hey, I'm doing the best. I'm the best. I'm a vegetarian. And then vegans pointed out to me that, no, the dairy industry is still really horrible, and so is the egg industry. And then I tell them to go and sod off, leave me alone, don't talk to me. How dare you? I'm great. I'm doing the best thing, you know. It's difficult to face up to these things. It's difficult to face up to things that you might be wrong about, you know, especially when you're really convinced that you're doing something good. It's tough. All right, let's jump in.
Inform people.
I'm sorry, mate. You're a hypocrite.
Have you heard about this before?
I have.
You have? Where did you hear about it?
It's, I think, don't people know? I think.
No. Judging by what people are telling me today, no. Yeah. And all the other times I've done this, no, they don't.
Yeah. It's not.
No, it's what you fund when you buy pork from pretty much anywhere, you know.
I know. I bought pork from a friend who's got a farm.
Yeah.
But she doesn't have an abattoir.
No, exactly.
So we've discussed this before because although
maybe you should go down and see how they're killed. Pigs are so smart. You should see. Look at their eyes.
I know. I literally.
They're bloody terrified.
At another farm last weekend, and they're all kept together, and they were literally climbing over each other. They were so friendly, and they were coming up to me.
Yeah, they're amazing animals. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've met them loads of times. It doesn't really matter the method. I mean, I'm just telling people about this common method, but you know, the other 10%, they still get electrocuted, which is horrific to watch.
I know.
Or they get shot in the head.
Yeah, I mean, at least shooting in the head is. But the
I mean,
thing
it's
is
quick,
see
but
all
it's
the
not.
others.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So it's
And this is that's just the killing. I mean, you know.
I know. So this friend
6
of mine,
months old when they're killed.
This friend of mine has them, and she just has small amounts of them. So the actual life they live is quality life. But the I'm still not sure about the ending.
Exactly. They still have their life taken from them. Probably even free-range, organic. I mean, they might live a couple of months longer. They end up in a slaughterhouse.
Yeah.
Terrified.
I know, that end part is
So
horrific.
Yeah, what's happening here? There's a real strong acknowledgement here of no matter how good the life of an animal is, which when you see cows out in a field, I mean, they're having a great time. When cows are out on a field, it's wonderful. They're having a banging time. It's the happiest they could be when they're out in the field. Same with the sheep. And there are some farms that have pigs outside. And if the space is built for them in a way that it's, good space for them with all the things they need, again, the pigs are probably having a very nice time while they're in that moment. The problem is, though, is what happened before and what's going to happen after that. Why are they there in the first place? And what is going on here? Well, there was some kind of artificial insemination, some kind of forced breeding system to get them there, right? And then while they're there, they're only this segment where they might experience some happiness is only some short part of their life just to prepare them for what's to come. So it's not like it's some kind of wonderful, beautiful thing that they're giving these animals some time out in a field just for their own good. No, it's just all part of the preparation for the next stage. And what's the next stage? Well, they're going to be shot in the head or gassed to death or put in electrified water. And then they're going to have their throats cut so someone can chop them into pieces and sell their bodies in a supermarket shelf. So the point being that even if you see the cows or the pigs or the chickens or whoever it is out in the field having a great time, don't forget the reason they're there. Don't forget what got them there and what's going to happen to them in a very short space of time. The only time you can really truly see animals in a field or outside or in a pen or just having a good time and feel good about that and feel like, oh, this is wonderful, is if you see them at an animal sanctuary where they've been rescued from that system and now they actually get to live in peace. Nothing is going to happen to them. No one forced them into existence, no one's breeding them for a sanctuary, and no one's ever going to pluck them out of this comfort they're feeling in this peace and throw them in a slaughterhouse to kill them in front of all their friends and all of their fellow animals, or if not in front of, within earshot of, where they can smell and they can hear what's happening and terrified before they get shot and stabbed and gassed and electrocuted and all the horrible things they do. An animal sanctuary is the only place where you can be guaranteed that this is genuinely a very peaceful, wonderful, loving situation these animals are in. Otherwise, if it's some high welfare farm or something like that, they're trying to give you the impression of a sanctuary, but it is not a sanctuary. But they want you to feel like it is, because then you'll buy the overpriced animal products because you think you're funding some kind of compassionate, benevolent farm or something, like some kind of sanctuary that actually kills the animals.
I mean, there was an alternative, right?
Don't eat it.
Just don't fund it. Simple as that. Just buy the plant-based versions. I shop in Sainsbury's. You can buy corn sausages. You can buy. There's probably about 10 different plant-based sausages.
Yeah, the problem with that then is you've got the environmental impact as well, because of.
Yeah, but this is like a rights issue. This isn't. I'm not talking about environment, health. It's not about any of that. I mean, look, if you want to talk about that, being a vegan is the best thing you can do for the environment, categorically. Oh yeah, 100%.
So
honestly,
what about all the bugs
land use.
That are all...
Yeah, so now if everyone switched to a plant-based diet, we reduce land use by 75%.
But a lot of the things
that is crazy.
Aren't grown here.
No, I mean that's the same for everyone though. And then you got to think, what do pigs eat?
Do you not think it's Do you not think
They're
it's
fed
better
soy
what you do
and
eat?
corn and grains.
What you do eat is you don't waste anything of what you do eat, and to.
I agree with that. Yeah, yeah.
Like I don't eat a huge
Well, I don't
amount
eat animals.
of meat.
I don't agree with.
I do eat meat, but I don't eat a huge amount of meat, and I would never waste meat.
No, but to the victim that doesn't matter. If you were to kill me now, and then only eat half my body and go, oh, look, mate, I only ate half you. I don't care because I'm dead. I don't care because I'm dead, do I? I can blur your face. Don't worry.
No, I haven't given you consent to do that.
Okay, I'll blur your face.
No.
You don't have to
that
get
isn't
aggressive
good
and
enough.
point in my face, mate. I'm just, look, I will blur your
Get
face.
rid of that. Right then, so let's get rid of it then.
You just have to take my word for it.
No.
Yeah.
I'll wait for the police to get here.
Oh, that's fine. You wait for the police then, yeah.
Yeah, because you're not supposed to be doing that in the store. It's against law.
No, it's not against law.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
You haven't said
I will
anything
wait,
about
we'll
doing
wait
it.
for the police.
You've not informed anyone
You should
about
probably just
doing
have
it.
it written on your sign.
Yeah. I will just tell people. I will just tell people. Yeah.
Every premises that records that.
I'm not giving you consent to blur my face. I want that removed.
Well, there's nothing you can do about it, I'm afraid. So.
Well, we'll see when the
yeah,
police
we will
get
see.
here,
We will see when the police gets here. Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
Yeah. So just don't fund it if you're against it, which I'm sure you are.
It's tricky.
It's not tricky. If not for the victims,
Please blur my face.
I will. I
because,
promise you.
I
I
was
promise
chatting
you.
to you.
So you're just going to stand there, are you?
I'm waiting for the police to come.
That's fine. I'll just move somewhere else then.
Oh no.
Nothing surprising.
I'm an animal rights activist, mate. I don't know if you knew, but yeah, I am.
No, fair play to you.
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
got very strong views on that myself.
Right. Yeah.
Oh man, people, huh? So, all right, let's go through a couple things here. What do I think happened here? What do I think of this situation? Is there anything? Should the police have been called? And all right, so let's firstly speak. Let's be reasonable to this man. All right, he does have the right to be informed that he's being filmed if he's on private property, which he is on private property. That is Sainsbury's property, and Sainsbury's tells you, we are filming you because I believe you have to tell people you're filming them in the UK if you're on private property. So, unfortunately, John, the activist here, he didn't have the right to film the guy without telling the guy he was being filmed. Actually, he didn't have the right to film anyone without the permission of Sainsbury's because he's filming on private property. So, the guy had the right to say, don't include me in my video, in your video. John blurring the guy's face and blurring the guy's voice would have been enough. So he did say, yeah, no worries, I'll blur you out. And that should have been the end of it, because you know, it's going to get tricky if the police actually come in and then the Sainsbury's didn't give him permission, this guy didn't give him permission. I don't even know what they would do in that situation. But in defense of the guy, yeah, you know, he didn't consent to being filmed. It's in a private place. All right. On that note, he's got a point. What about the rest of the stuff then? The guy being defensive and I'm going to call the police on you. Do we really believe he was calling the police and getting angry only because of the filming? Or is it more likely he was calling the police and getting angry because he didn't like what John, the activist, was saying? I'm leaning more towards the second option being what happened, really. I think this guy didn't like being confronted, and I think he didn't like being told that something he thought was good was actually not so good. I think he was offended. I think he was triggered, actually. The thing is, it's similar to what I was saying earlier, that if the guy didn't want to talk about this topic, if he wasn't being forced to, people can go in and out of the supermarket and they don't even have to talk to the activist. They don't have to even look at him. And so the guy chose to engage. He chose to engage with him. He didn't like what he had to say. He got triggered and he called the police. It's like, look, mate, it's kind of on you. You are responsible in this case for your own situation. You started the conversation, you started the debate, and then you got upset about the debate. You could have walked away at any moment. You could have actually just not spoke to the activist at all. Being offended doesn't mean that you're right. And in this case, John, the activist, was clearly right about what he was saying. Like, okay, even if the pigs you buy are not gassed, they're still brutally killed, and I'm still against that. And, you know, the other guy didn't like that factual information. John wasn't even really telling him about how he should live. John was just saying, I don't think this is right. You know, I don't agree this is right. If that offends you enough that you're going to call the police, I think maybe you should, I don't know, maybe not talk to people in the public anymore. Because, you know, I think maybe you need to toughen up a little bit, get a bit more mental fortitude. Don't call the police on people for saying things you don't like, I would say. So, yeah, I'm completely on John's side, obviously, on the vegans side here. I think he did a very good job of staying calm, very good job of explaining why he's there and what he stands for. And most people were pretty reasonable, and with this guy, obviously wasn't reasonable, but that's probably just because he was defensive, like we said. And even though he technically did have the right to be, legally have the right to contest being filmed on private property, which John doesn't seem to care about. So the activist doesn't seem to care about that. And you know what? Whatever. I think a lot of right-wingers and conservatives actually would respect that, because I don't know how far they take it, because the thing is, right, the business owners didn't actually care that much in the end about getting him off there. Calling the police, I think most kind of right-wing libertarian types would be super against that the police shouldn't be coming to kick people off property where clearly the property owner is given permission. Like, they give him permission by not trying to get him off the property, if that makes sense. Anyway, we're getting into some complicated stuff here. The top and bottom of it is, I think John the activist did a very good job here of not giving in to being told what he can and can't do, and actually just standing there peacefully and talking to people. And the guy who called the police on him was triggered, and I understand why he was triggered. I understand why he was super defensive. But he was basically in the wrong. You could just have a normal conversation with him and just accept that you don't agree and move on. You don't need to get upset and threaten him and stuff. I see someone saying here, he is harassing people trying to buy groceries. This is why people can't stand vegans, just like the Stop Oil people. So if you believe harassment is standing at a door with a sign and saying, did you know about this? I don't think you understand what harassment is. No offense, I understand that it can feel like harassment when people are asking you questions about something that you really don't want to talk about. I get that that feels like you're being harassed. It feels like you're being attacked. But it's not, because as I've said, harassment would be that you can't get away from it. Then it's harassment. It's not harassment if he stands still and you walk in and out of the shop and no one is followed and, you know, annoying. Okay, you've corrected yourself and said it's annoying. Fine. It's annoying. Sure. Activism is supposed to be annoying. If it's not annoying, then you're not going to pay attention to it, right? The thing is, right, if I want to talk to the public, I have to be some level of annoying. Right? I have to go out there and find people, and it's probably going to annoy them at some point or another. And it's the same thing as anything, you know. You've got a message, right? You've got a message that people are probably not going to want to hear. It's always going to annoy people. Dude. So I understand where you're coming from, but it's also tricky because it's like, I don't want to annoy people, man. Do you think vegans enjoy being shouted at and being told like, oh, you're so annoying and screw you? Like, I don't like it, man. I don't like being told all these things. I don't like people getting upset with me and getting angry with me. And I do my best personally now to actually try to be effective as a communicator. I try to be understanding. I try to be empathetic. But even with all of those steps, there's still a certain amount of people that are going to get annoyed with me just because of the nature of what we're talking about, right? Now, I don't think that gives the green light to be as annoying as you want and just be super aggressive with people. No, I don't agree with that. I think that we can make efforts to be as kind of understanding and to be as non-triggering, I suppose, as possible while still bringing these topics to the table, right? I think there's a balance. So, you know, I agree with you on some level, but yeah, unfortunately, it's hard to avoid being annoying when you're trying to make a difference in the world that a lot of people aren't on board with yet. You know what I mean? So, but I understand you. I understand why you'd say that. Guys, how many of you have been here since we started the stream 4 hours ago? Tell me in the chat now. I only want to know from the people right now, be honest, who's been here from the first minute and is still here 4 hours later? Be honest, guys. Be honest. I'll give you a minute to answer that. And while you do that, let me have a little look. Is there anything I wanted to go over? Oh, yeah. We'll go one more thing. I wanted to go over one more thing with you. This is quite funny, actually. Hold up. I saw this. 1 second. Looks like someone's got to get a ban. Annie, deal with that, please. So yeah. Oh, there we go. Nige555 has been here all the way since the beginning. Passarts has been in and out. CCL's been here. Charlie's been here. Wow, you guys have been. JP and Julia, awesome, legends. Robin Hood, Steve, all been here. Dracolome, awesome. I love that. A lot of you guys have been here from the start till now. It's been an emotional journey for us, huh? So I came across this. I will quickly discuss this with you. This is quite funny. I came across this just earlier. This is in Reddit anti-vegan, right? This is the anti-vegan subreddit. This surprises no one. Vegan climber dies on Everest during mission to prove vegans can climb highest peaks. And then someone left a comment. Look at this. I can't wait to see David Rams cover this. This is in the anti-vegan subreddit. I love that I am so influential and popular that the anti-vegans talking about me in the comments of the subreddit. So I figured, hey, you know what? I'll respond to it. I'll respond to this. I'll give you what you want, Elias Armadinos. So this is tragic. This is genuinely tragic that a vegan climber died on the mission to go to Everest. What I would like to point out is how many people have attempted Everest, how many people were not vegan, and how many of them died. I don't have the exact numbers for you, but let me tell you a spoiler, it's a lot. And actually, a lot of vegans have attempted Everest, and this, to my knowledge, is the only vegan who died. Some vegans made it up to the top. Some vegans didn't make it to the top, turned back home. But a lot, and I mean a lot, of people who aren't vegan have died trying to climb Everest. So to try to use this tragic situation, it's always tragic when anyone dies trying to climb Everest, but this is particularly tragic because if it is the case that she was doing it to prove that, you know, vegans could do it, it's even more tragic because she was trying to do something for a good cause. She was trying to do something special. And unfortunately, tragedy hit, as it does on Mount Everest, and she died. And it's very sad. And, you know, that's all there is to it. She didn't die on Everest because she was vegan. She died on Everest because something went wrong. People die on Everest. A lot of people die on Everest for various reasons. Exhaustion, weather issues. There was the earthquake, I believe, killed some people when that happened. There's all sorts of things that go wrong up there because it is just extremely dangerous. So there you go, Elias Armadinos. I covered this. This person seems to find it hilarious. I don't think it's funny at all. I think it's tragic. It's tragedy. It's a very sad thing that happened. And it happens to a lot of climbers, and it's always sad when it happens. It also happens to the Sherpas, happens to the people that guide people there. They die too. Loads of those guys have died. It's a very, very high risk thing to do, guys. Very high risk thing to do. So don't do it. Even if you're super, super prepped. I was going to say don't do it unprepared, but it doesn't. You're more likely to die if you do it unprepared. But even if you do it prepared, you still might die. So don't do it unless you're willing to risk that, you know. And guys, let me just clue you in on something here. For the vegans who are here and the animal people, Christmas is coming. I'll do a quick little plug of my t-shirts. I've got loads of cool t-shirts and shorts and hoodies and metal-themed stuff. All vegan messages, all vegan-friendly, fun logos and designs and all that kind of stuff for Crimbo, for Christmas. They're all priced at a very reasonable price. I make very, very, very little money off each purchase. I've got the prices as low as I could do without making it so that, you know, so that I make absolutely nothing. Because I do need to fund everything, keep everything going. So yeah, guys, if you're interested, Christmas is coming. Check these t-shirts and stuff out on my website, davidrams.com. I never usually plug this, but I just figured, hey, do you know what? Today I'll plug it. Got some cool bundles where you can save a little bit of money by getting the t-shirt and the hoodie combos. I think my personal favorite one is this Master of Puppets one, where I did Master of Veggies, and I got like the names of vegetables and stuff and plants on the tombstones. I really like that one. I need to get one. I had one in L, and then I gained a load of weight, muscle, and then now I'm like a 2XL. So I need to order a new one for myself, actually. But yeah, guys, head over to the website, pick some of that up. Be lovely if you did. It's a Christmas present for me when you do that. And a Christmas present for you. So we're all happy, aren't we? And then, and yeah, I guess whilst I'm plugging, I'll plug the Patreon team as well. If you enjoyed today, if you want to support my work, please do consider joining the Patreon team. I know one of you did last week, which is amazing. Thank you for joining after the stream. Patreon team is a place where you can support my work on a monthly basis, and also you get access to exclusive updates, and also you can DM me, which is really cool. I actually chat with some of you on a semi-regular basis. You sometimes have a question for me, or you want to check something with me, and DMs there is the best place to get me. Also, you could join the YouTube memberships team as well. The difference being it's just on YouTube, so you wouldn't be able to DM or anything like that. But you do get a cool little logo on your name, like Marcus who was just earlier in the chat has, and Robin Hoodster and JP and Julia. You get the cool logo and your name turns green, which is really cool. And that's another way you can support. You could do both if you like. I left the YouTube memberships option open at $1 so that if you join on Patreon starts at $5. But if you wanted to do both, you can do Patreon at $5 and you can do YouTube at $1. You can get the green logo. That's why I kept it at $1 so that everybody can get the green logo if they want it. Awesome. At a cheap price, I mean, because it didn't feel right to do both of them at $5. You know what I mean? All right, great. I think that wraps us up, guys. It's been great to hang out with you today and get through the Charlie Kirk madness that was, and then through some Joe Rogan, Elon Musk madness, and everything else that we've been through today. I will catch you all in the next video. Have a good one, guys.